Hello, everybody. Happy Paranormal Friday. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. It's great to have you here tonight with me. Tonight, everybody, we're taking a little bit of a step away from the true crime world and giving ourselves a little bit of a break tonight. We're looking into the paranormal Reddit posts of hauntings, ghosts, and paranormal experiences that are all over Reddit. So, strap yourself in, grab a blanket to snuggle up with, just in case you might get little scared. Grab something warm or cold to drink, and let's step into a little bit of the paranormal, folks. Here we go. Here we go. All right, all right. Welcome, guys. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much. I think that's enough. I hope it's enough. It is great to be back with you guys on another Paranormal Friday night. And I really do like seeing you all here for this. I hope you guys are all here for it, in for it, ready for it. Time to take a little break from all this crazy true crime stuff and enjoy ourselves a little bit with a little paranormal atmosphere if we can. We're going to be looking into the some of the many Reddit posts out there that people post in there in regards to their paranormal experiences and some other stuff that I have in set up for you guys. Sorry, guys. And it's all about hauntings and that type of thing tonight, everybody. I try to go in a different direction every paranormal show we have, and pretty soon we're going to have a full-blown channel that's dedicated to nothing but that. But for now, Fridays will do. I know Miss Alicia or Miss Andy is not feeling whole so very well. I'm hoping she's still able to join me tonight for a little while at least. She does produce some of this along with Miss Molly. Molly's not a panel person, but hopefully Andy can feel up to it enough to jump up here. And if she can't, it's quite all right. I do understand. I just enjoy her company when we do this because she's a little bit of a paranormal freak like I am, I guess you could say. So I think we might be joined by, I hear somebody. Oh shit. Okay, there she is.
Boo.
I was looking somewhere. I know I heard something creeping, but there she is, guys. Sorry. Hello, dear. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm here. I know you're tired. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm all right. I've been better, but I've been worse too.
Cool.
Hope everybody's having a great night.
Yes, guys. It is almost fall, by the way. It is the end of August. We're crawling up on September, and right after that is my favorite month of the entire year, October. Because from October 1 to October 31 is Halloween to me. Not just October 31. The entire month it's Halloween for me, and I love it. So we should hopefully have some fun with that. I'm hoping. We'll just put it that way. Again,
Heck
tonight.
yeah, I'm in Halloween mode from like my birthday until a couple days after Halloween.
It's weird because my wife and I, because she loves it too. We were just talking about this yesterday. She's ready to do that kind of stuff already. I already started looking for the movies that I have to watch for the entire month. I don't care how many times I've seen them. I watch them again and again and again and again because I love that feeling. It takes me back to that. You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah, no, I still watch Hocus Pocus like 20 times every year. It's just one of those. I saw it in theaters when it first came out when I was a kid, and I watch it every single year.
Right.
It's a nostalgia thing, and it's just such a fun movie, and I love Halloween. My favorite time of year.
I usually start, actually, I always start in September because I can't wait. and the weather has cooled down here. And I think I already threw. I told you the pumpkin spice Scentsies in the little thing, and this and that. And I'm like, oh Jesus, it's there. It's already brewing. I can feel it coming because of
Oh, I
the
had
cool.
pumpkin spice coffee this morning,
See, see,
and our leaves are changing already up
yeah.
here. Oh,
Well,
I love it.
you're in Halloween, like the Halloween
Yep.
region, as far as I'm concerned. If I could live there, we would be in heaven if we lived up there right now, guys. She
Oh
lives
yeah.
where anybody should live that has any type of a Halloween love at all, and that's up in the New England
Massachusetts.
state, Massachusetts, folks. So nowhere better to live. I'm telling you, the crisp in the air up there, the leaves are beautiful. It's just the place to be if you like Halloween at all. I'm telling you. And there's so much
I just
paranormal stuff.
I love the smell. Like fall
Yeah.
has a smell,
Yes.
and it's just
Yes.
oh, it's amazing. I love it. And yeah, the crisp air once the humidity's finally gone. Oh, I love it.
Amazing. It's the best time, absolute most wonderful time of the year. And I like Christmas time too. Don't get me wrong, but Halloween, it's refreshing. I that's the best way for me to put it. And it makes me feel I get that retro great childhood
It's a
feeling I used to get.
nostalgic thing. Yeah, it's
Yes,
amazing. I mean, it's so great.
absolutely.
I mean, I was raised, my brother was very much into like scary movies too, and so was my mom. My mom was always great at making costumes and doing our
Oh God,
makeup
yeah.
for Halloween. Like my grandmother's birthday was Halloween, so
Right.
Halloween was always has always been a huge thing with my
Yes.
family. It's so
Yep.
much fun.
And like the fall festivals that they have, we have them around here, the apple orchards and all that, the pumpkin patch. We do all of that. My wife loves it just as much as I do, and she's ready to start already, like she said, because the temperature's cooled off and it's given us that feeling and that smell in the air where it starts to get that way, and it's like, damn, come on, come on, come on, come on, hurry up, October. So
Well, I
I'm
was
gonna
just
say,
talking to you guys, to some people, you and some of the other mods earlier about our harvest festival that we have the first Saturday of October every year, where we
right.
get our maple cotton candy because
Oh wow, that sounds
really New Englanders, we're really just a bunch of wannabe Canadians, and that
mm,
we love us some hockey and maple syrup.
not wrong with that. We have a place here too, um, where they have a maple sugar festival, and they sell everything like homemade syrups and candies and cookies and just anything you can think of. And there's a little town. It was God, I can't think of the name of the city right now, but it's just a tiny little town. And they left the original town there that used to be there, and it's all these old little buildings, the whole the jail, the little corner stores, all of that, and they built a new town around this. So you walk through and you can go to this little village, and it's so weird, especially to go at night when they have it all lit up and stuff. It's amazing. I love it. And then, like I
So,
said, the maple sugar festival thing, I don't eat sugar anymore, but I love maple syrup. Um,
yeah,
and
I
just
can't do a lot
the
of sugar because
atmosphere.
I'm diabetic too, but like I am so here for maple sugar season.
Yeah, the atmosphere is amazing. I
Like
love it.
just thinking about it, like now I want to go make some like French toast with maple butter.
Uh-huh. Yep, my daughter makes that butter. She makes all different kinds of butter, like homemade, and that's one that
Yeah.
she does trying. Hey, so absolutely awesome. Well, real quick, let's see we got in here tonight before we get talk everybody out. But I'm excited about this kind of stuff, guys. So I love it. SRB's back in the house. Green Eyed PI already with a super sticker. Thank you so much, Green Eyed. I appreciate you very much, and God bless. Captain Jenks is in the house. Cassie, welcome back, dear. Hello, hello. Captain Jenks says he's wearing his Dago thong. Oh my God. Okay. Brandy B, the OG in the house. Great to see you. Miss Wisdom speaks. Miss Sherry, thank you for joining us tonight, dear. Molly Drake is in the house. Good golly, Miss Molly. Good to see you. Good to have you here tonight. Flickery Foot, great to see you tonight. Tracy, thank you for joining us. Virginia Wolf, what is going on, brother? Good to have you here tonight. Walt Harris, always a pleasure to see you, my brother. Right. Alicia J, hello and welcome back. The whole Blue Crew's in the house, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining me, because of course we all know that I could not, should not, nor ever would not do this without you, because I couldn't. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate everything you do. All right. Missouri, Ohio. That's right on the border to Pennsylvania. I love it over there. Me and Walt are kind of neighbors. probably within 15 minutes of each other, 20 minutes maybe. Let's see here. Make sure I'm not missing anybody. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Find a seat.
Oh,
Let's get
Cassie knows what it's all about. She says she's ready
on.
for soups, casseroles, and pumpkin flavored
Mm,
baked goods. Heck
yep,
yeah, I love soup season.
me too. I love it.
I
I can't
love soup.
I love it. Same here. I just told my wife, I said, all right, hon, we're getting there. Tomboy, welcome back to you, and Sussbusters, you as well. I said, it's time to make your wedding soup, hon. It's starting to get that chili air. She makes the best wedding soup on the planet. I love it.
Oh, my
Chili.
mom makes such good soup, but my dad makes some really fantastic venison chili.
Oh, God,
And you
yeah,
get
that
some
sounds
venison
great.
chili with a big chunk of cornbread. Oh,
Yep.
it's so good. So good.
Yep. Jennifer, Honey Hole. I love it. Hello and welcome. Great to have you here.
No.
Of course, Miss Andy Rose sitting up here next to me. I appreciate you very much. Steven's Adventures, welcome back to you as well. Crimson Moon, great to see you tonight, hon. Thank you for joining us. Cynthia IGG Ancestry, great to have you here tonight. And of course, that weird guy Dago's up here too. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Candy corn. I hate candy. That's the one thing I hate
I
about
was
it.
just gonna say, Cassie, you lost me at candy
Yep.
corn.
I hate
I
candy
can't.
corn.
It's like sugary wax.
It is. It is. And SRB, you live here right down the road from me. So just stop with it. You know what it's all about. By this time next year, yes, Miss Brainy might be coming home. That would be awesome. Come back to the great state of Ohio. Can you say that, Cassie? Ohio. Miss Paula's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate you guys so much. I hope we have some fun tonight, guys. Miss Andy and Miss Molly have put together some decent stuff for us to check out. I wanted to go with some hauntings and ghosts and that kind of stuff, kind of in that mood. And of course, I have my own little stock of stuff here for you as well to throw in the mix. And I hope we can enjoy it tonight. I really do. These are kind of hard to throw together sometimes, guys, because YouTube is not friendly with this stuff. They don't want to give you much of anything, and it's hard to find stuff. But hey, I do the best I can, and I hope you guys enjoy it tonight for sure. For sure.
Well, that's why this fall I'm gonna start going ghost hunting and recording.
Yes, that's something I'm looking forward
All
to.
original content. Yay!
We put that together. Miss Andy will hopefully we'll be going live with her out and about doing her little ghosty thing, going to find some peeps that really aren't there but kind of are, if you know what I mean.
And if I can't go live, then I will at least record,
Yes,
and then I'll be
yes.
sending you videos and pictures, and we can review them. I mean, it might actually be more fun to do it that way. We can review it together, and chat can help out and maybe see things that we didn't see.
Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. Plus, with the knowledge that I have in that stuff, if she does send me some videos, I can break these things down, look for things, separate some stuff with some of the tools that I have, and see what we can pick out of it. It's a lot of fun to do that, I think. And I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try this year. Of course, I'm gonna make everything work, but and makes everything clean. But I'm gonna possibly this October in one of our paranormal nights do a ghost hunt right here while we're live in this house. Because this is a very old farmhouse. This was the first or second house on this road ever built. There's a lot of strange things that have happened in this house. You guys have seen it live on screen with me. A few of you, it's been recorded and caught, and it's happened more than once. I'll just put it that way. So at that point, we're gonna try it out and see what happens. It's not gonna be what you see on TV because I'll be sitting here with you. It's gonna be kind of generic, but it's still gonna be what it is. And anything I pick up, I'm gonna bring back in here for you guys. Anything we see, we're gonna talk about it. So
I still find it adorable that you guys consider a 100-year-old house to be old.
Around here it is. Where you live at, her stuff.
There's a house down the street from me that's from 1750.
See, that's what I mean. We have a couple cemeteries here. I'd love to get out there if I can get some permission. We have one. It's a military cemetery that is behind a Red Cross building that we have here, and I've been there multiple times, and the first tombstone I found, the oldest one I could find, Um, I think it was from 1680, and then up they go up. And the newest one I could find, I think I think the guy that was with me that night, or no, it was my wife that was in there that night. She found it. It was 1877 or something was the newest. I was like, Jesus, this place is old, and they're all broken up, falling apart, laying in pieces. It's just a creepy place to be. So I'd like to get out there possibly and do a video for you guys, or even go live from there and see what happens. So we'll see.
I love old cemeteries.
Yeah,
And I mean, it's also, I mean, yeah, it's creepy and eerie, but it's also just interesting to look at the different dates and stuff like that. And you can kind of tell, especially like in my area where we had like Old Deerfield and like these
yeah,
tiny old towns, and you can see like there's a ton of people that all died around the same time. And you can say, oh, well, that was from an outbreak of whatever disease,
the influenza
or
of
this was
1870.
the
Yeah,
French and Indian War, if this
yeah,
was, it's just
absolutely.
I like history.
And that's one thing I gotta say is we have history here in Ohio, where I'm from, and the areas I'm from. This girl here next to me, their history is so deep up there, guys. I mean, if you look up Massachusetts, Maine, the New England states, Connecticut, those areas, it all goes back, and I mean way, way back.
Well, I
Um,
mean, like Plymouth Rock,
yeah, exactly. So there you go. I mean, it started right there, you
which
know.
like don't waste your money to go. It's the spot. It's a total tourist trap. It's literally just a rock, and it's not
Mhm.
even like they've gone back and figured out it's not even the
It's not even
actual
the
spot where
place.
they
Yeah.
landed.
I've actually done some history digging at one point in time and realized that Chris Columbus was not the first person to come here, guys. I was kind of like, what? That's what they taught us all through school. Christopher Columbus and
Yeah,
whatever,
1492, sail the
1492, he
ocean
sailed the
blue, blah
ocean
blah
blue.
blah.
Yeah, all that fun stuff. And guess what? No, he didn't. I mean, he did, but there was people here before him. So um it is what it is. They build it up to be what it is, and we take it for what it is, and we go
Oh,
from
I
there.
could go into a whole rant about Christopher Columbus and Columbus
Uh-huh.
Day, but I won't. I'll keep it to myself.
That's it's one of them things. It's very disappointing to know that, and they still do it with our kids. They still raise them with these same things, and you're sitting there going, it's like when Caden was going over this stuff in his social studies, it was, and I'm sitting here helping him do his homework one night, and I'm looking at it, and I'm going, but no, okay, just write this, and I know it. Like Sherry just said, Columbus never touched America. These are
Mm.
facts, folks. These are facts. But give them what they give.
You
Give
also
them what they
can't
want.
claim that you discovered land that was already inhabited by thousands of people.
Yeah.
Like, dude,
Yeah.
there were already people here.
The one thing that kills me is all these people. Like we're all from different places in the world. Okay, obvious Italy, France, Germany, all over the place.
Romania.
Romania, Slovenia, Transylvania, all just everywhere, guys. Anywhere but here. This is not our land. This is not our. This is the natives had this. They belong to them forever and ever and ever and ever. Nobody wants to talk about that. Drives me nuts. But hey, give them what they want. Like I said, good old Chris Columbus. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
Um.
I'm only like the third generation to be born in the U.S.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly. Yep. Yes. Jennifer is on point with this one. He was a felon and a grapist. I love the way you wrote that. And off people. He was not a good person, guys.
mm-mm.
Whatever. There we go. Miss Sherry's a history person. Look at this. Americo Vespucci was the first to trade with the indigenous. Yes, ma'am. You're really good with that stuff, Sherry. I love history, guys. I love it. Always have. I excelled in it. I couldn't add 1 + 1. Obviously, it equals 3. We know that. And I still can't see. But you put history in front of me, and I was all over that stuff. I loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Still do. It's the most interesting thing out there because you sit back and look around, and you're like, well, like I was just telling you, like my wife's aunt, she's 104 years old. Okay. Miss Kimber, her grandmother passed. She was 99 years old. We were like, imagine the things they've seen and like entertained and experienced over that period of time. And you look around you and you're like, this was never here at one point. Like it's just amazing to see all that stuff. It's crazy.
something that's also a little scary is when you think about it, our technological advances have been just getting crazy. Everything is getting
otherworldly.
insane so quickly. So what are we going to be looking at in the next 50 years,
Well,
the
that's
next
what I
40
said.
years? Like,
I,
this is
yeah, well,
insane. Like, I can't even imagine. Like, are we actually going to have flying cars?
like
You know,
the Jetsons type stuff. Yes, at some point I probably could say I probably think it's already exists. It already exists. They're just not gonna put that out there right now. But I'm sure if they want to, they got something somewhere, guys. It's
well, it
been
wasn't too long ago where tiny flat screen TVs like what we all have right now and our smartphones like we all have right now were considered sci-fi.
yeah, yeah,
It's like that'll
absolutely,
never happen. You can't watch somebody and have a, FaceTime call on your phone. Like that's so crazy. We got it.
exactly, exactly. Undead Ramen in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us tonight. I love your name, Alien Tech. I mean, guys, it's not so far fetched for me to believe that they
Reverse
use reverse
engineered.
tech, yeah, reverse engineered technology from somewhere else. That why wouldn't it make sense? Like I said the other day, we were talking about this. My granddaughter's step, she'll be 8 in November. Okay, can you imagine what the next 50 years of their life is going to produce? Considering what we have gone through already, I can't even think about it. Okay, it's going to be insane. Yeah, we do. We have hoverboards already, self-driving cars. They're not flying, but it's probably not far. If we can hover something,
I'm
just think
just mad that by the time we actually have hoverboards, and I mean hoverboards like from Back to the Future,
we
my
won't
ass
be
is gonna
here.
be too old to be on that. I'll probably see it in my lifetime, but I would break a hip if I tried to use it.
Oh god, yeah, yeah, absolutely, 100%. I was outside here just a little bit ago, and it's really chilly out there, and it's already breaking my sinuses down. It's like I think it's like 50, 52. That's cold to me right now because it's always the past month has been like up around 100. So yeah,
I love
yeah.
it. I'm so ready for hoodie weather.
You're not the only one that has said that. I am too. Jennifer, she says they're already prepping us or grooming us for the aliens and many other things. They've been doing this since the 30s, just prepping our minds so we don't freak out. At this point, there's so much of the population that believes in this scenario anyway. I think the government has made this worse on us by
The
doing what they're
government,
doing.
was it last year? The government had a whole meeting
Uh-huh.
with like Congress, and we're basically like, yeah, aliens are real. And instead of people going crazy, they're just like, yeah, no shit.
About
Like,
time.
we know.
About time. We've known
We
this. Yeah,
know.
right.
Thank you for admitting it.
Like I said, like it's stupid. Like just let us deal with it on our own. Let us experience things. Let us be who we are, just like you do. Stop hiding everything. We will experience it. We will react to it, and then we'll be over it. That's the end of it. Move on. Okay. It's so ridiculous. And that's why the government has made everybody fear everything that they have, in my opinion. Okay. Because it's such a buildup and it's such a, oh my God, did you see that UFO? Okay. Did you see the plane and the helicopter and the bird? And like, it's just one more thing. You know what I mean? But the buildup, like I said, is so, oh my God, that it becomes that. So it's like, well, so be it. Let them, like I always say, let them have their thing. So,
I
Atom
mean,
and
I've seen enough
Proton.
weird stuff in the sky that at this point it's just like, yeah, okay. But like, my mind will be blown when I actually see an alien, like a physical being there. Then I'll be like, oh, okay.
Well, it's gonna
But
be shocking.
right now with like UFOs, it's like, yeah, I've been there, seen it.
Well, think about this. Think about the most shocking thing that has either affected you or you've seen in your life. Think about that moment when it happened, the exasperation of excitement or fear or whatever it was, and then you were over it, and that's it. It's done. We're used to it. That's how life is. And that's what everybody has to get past, I think, and everything will be okay.
So I just
So,
think of I don't remember the exact quote, but in Men in Black, when he tells you know, Will Smith's character that aliens are real, and he's like, "Well, why doesn't the government just tell everybody, you know, people are smart?" And he said, "No, a person is smart. People are stupid."
that's true. That's a
You
good
know, and
statement.
it would be like mass hysteria. I mean, if you were to sit everybody down one by one and say like, "Okay, here's the truth. Now let's move on," that would be okay, but if you just all of a sudden tell
Together,
everybody aliens are
right?
real and some of them want to hurt us and some of them are okay, people are going to freak out.
No, it's right. In mass quantities, they do. That's fact.
You get mass hysteria.
Absolutely. Well, when Congress came out, we were all forced on something else at the time. They do that. Well, here's the thing I got to say about this whole Congress thing. When that all went down, I still feel that they told us what they wanted to tell us. I still think that whatever they put out there was put out there and molded by them. There's probably more to it, differently, completely opposite of what they put out there. Okay,
I
because
think
they
some of
only
it was like, what are the people ready to know? How much are they ready? Like, how much are they able to handle without losing their minds?
well, part of that is, in my opinion, is you can't stop. They can't. They know they can't control it anymore because one, what we have right here, the communication possibilities between us. That one person can be in Arizona, take a picture of something, and I see it here in Ohio, and it flies across the net that fast. Well, you can't stop that. That I mean, you can, but you know what I mean.
Well, we've all
Um,
got video cameras in our pockets now,
right,
too.
right. So you can't when they realize that the control is not as easy for them. Well, we got to give them something. We got to we got to put this out there. Let them have that. See how they react. If they don't freak out, maybe we can give them a little bit more. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Welcome, Miss Sarah. Good to see you tonight. So it is what it is, guys. And the same goes, in my opinion, with the paranormal, the hauntings and ghosts and this and that. It's all up to your interpretation. Whatever you think it is. Of course, Andy and I have talked about it. We've looked at it. We do it. We debunk certain things, and it's been stated that that takes the fun out of it in some ways, and yeah, it does in some ways. But the things that we can't debunk, think about that for a minute. When we go through all I'm a ghost hunter. I did all that kinds of stuff, paranormal investigator. I know all that kind of stuff. I've read into it, researched it. Andy does the same thing. When you look at it and you cannot figure out a logical explanation for something, whoa, what about that? You know what I mean? And there's a lot of that out there. So it doesn't take all the fun out of it. In some senses, it makes it better because because there's so many people put out so much stupid shit sometimes. It's like, okay, that's very easily debunked. It is what it is. That somebody tied a fishing line to the leg of a chair and yanked it across the room from the dining room. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Niles. Anyway, but when you look through a scenario where everything has been talked about, every aspect of it has been pulled apart, and there's nothing left, and that's still what it is, it's paranormal because it's just not normal and it's not something we're used to. So you got to leave it for what it is. And that to me is where all the fun comes into play again. So it is what it is.
Another reason why I love going out to locations is there's some things that happen that you can't debunk. Like, yeah, you can
Yep.
explain away maybe a
Quite a
sound
few.
that you heard, maybe it was something. I can't explain away the time something physically grabbed my shoulder and there was nothing around me, and it wasn't like something brushed against my shoulder. It was like I felt the individual fingertips grab my shoulder. I can't explain that. I can't debunk that.
Absolutely. I just had it. Bigfoot is real. See, I just had that happen again to me the other day. Um, I was sitting on the couch watching TV. My hands were in front of me where I could see them. And once again, on my right above my knee, on my leg, I felt.
Oh, the tapping.
I looked down. I'm like, is the dog next to me? Thinking it's a dog paw. Nope. The dogs were both in their little cages that they go into, just sitting there staring at me. And I'm like, okay, little one, thank you for saying hi again. Cause that tap on my shoulder, same thing.
Well, I was just
You,
gonna say, have you looked into the history of your home? Were there like
I've
little
looked.
ones that passed there,
I,
illness,
I've looked as far back as I can, but they
or the
don't have
property
everything
even?
for this. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
There could have
a
been a
lot of it.
building there before your house was even built, and somebody could
Well,
have passed there. But it sounds like a child trying to get your attention.
that's what I said. That's what it seems like to me. This property in itself, um, like I said, this was the first or second house. We can't figure it out. There's one other house down the road from me that was either the opposite of mine. There's my doodle. Good to see you, Doodlebug. Um, were the two first houses built, first of all, in this area, but let alone this road. They were both farms. Mine was huge. Okay. There was my house, which I still have, and you guys will see it eventually. A little, what I call a half barn. It's a smaller barn. Then there was a gigantic barn, and then another type. I don't know what the hell it was. And there's still a little like white shed back here too. This was the homestead for this giant farm out here that went 3 miles that direction. No lie. All fields, all whatever they were doing. Okay. And then they started selling it off piece by piece by piece by piece, building houses, doing this, doing that. And it's like, wow, the history behind this house has got to be amazing, you know? And I've seen pictures. It was a beautiful, beautiful house.
A lot of those old farms too would have their own cemeteries, so you could
Oh
have a
God, yeah.
family plot in your yard and not even know it.
I don't doubt it. And the weird thing is something else I didn't know what I found out is I've told a lot of you guys that have been with me for a while that down through my backyard, once you go behind this half barn thing, I call it, there's a hill that goes down and it's pretty decent grade, and then it's like a swamp. Well, and it's probably the drop down there from my backyard to the bottom of what that is, which is full of cattails and high weeds and bushes and this and that and all that. Is a good, well, the incline is about 45 degrees, but from the top to the very bottom is probably, if it were straight up and down, I'm going to say at least 30 feet. Okay. Miss Glitter in the house. Good to see you tonight. Welcome, Saint, to you too. So they dammed off. Well, I have a river that runs through here. It's the Mahoning River. It runs through the entire state. It actually links into the Mississippi River somewhere too. And they dammed the river off about a mile down the road this direction. Okay, going south. Okay. Why they did it, I don't know. But the river used to come right up to my back, that hill right there. They dammed it off. So that's where the swamp came from. Or whatever you want to call it. I call it a swamp because that's what it looks like to me. And it's full of water, but it's not like deep water that you can see. It's all the weeds hide it and all that. Because it's a big bowl and it fills up when it rains. But you can cross over that, get onto another piece of land and walk straight back and you'll be at this river. But it's about a half mile back. So they dammed it way up there and it used to burn right around. Now it bends this direction and goes straight west. So anyway, part of that was the reason why is all these farms that were out in this vicinity, they had like barges that would dock up behind their homes and they would load and unload the things that they farmed because they didn't have cars and trucks and all that kind of shit. There were trains, I think, at some point, but a lot of it was all taken by the river and it was headed like shipped to the south, hooking up with the Mississippi River and blah, blah, blah. And they would sell their whatever it was to whoever. And a lot of people have passed because of that river, from my understanding, lost their lives because of it. Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of that around here. I think somebody in the chat said it. There's a lot of native burial grounds around here. There's what do you call it? Battlefields that are burial grounds around here. Ohio is big for that kind of stuff, and it's all around me. It's crazy. So it's just a very interesting type history, and it's very interesting to think about on a daily basis when you're sitting here and something touches you and you're like, is it the house? Is it what's under the house? Is it what used to be on the property? Is it my neighbor? Was it from them? It's just weird feelings and interesting stuff to me. So I'm not afraid of it because I haven't seen anything dark or ominous that makes me afraid of it. You know what I mean? So
Sounds
either
like
way,
it's just a child looking for
that's
your
what I think
attention.
too.
Yeah.
It felt, listen, guys, when it happened, Molly, again, like I said, I showed you guys the video a while back. I think Molly is the one that froze it and checked it and watched it all and backed it all up and did all that for me and then sent it to me. Another creator at the time was watching live. She saw it. I didn't, but I felt it. And I had to tell everybody, like, that just happened. And my granddaughter was here, but I showed through the video, like you can see behind me now, that she was in there. I literally felt little fingers tapping me just like she does, and turned real quick, looked and looked back and went, that just happened. And it was while I was live. It was crazy. So there's definitely something to the paranormal for people that say, oh, that's bullshit, that's fake, that's this, that's that. Well, okay, that's your belief, and I respect that, but I'm sorry to say it's not. Like Miss Sherry said a little bit ago, paranormal is all based off of energy, and there's so many different versions and varieties and levels of energy. Get rid of that, guys.
It can
Debunk
just
the
be
energy level.
manifest in so many different ways. So,
Absolutely. A human being can present energy and give off a certain type of energy, and it has been proven it leads to other things.
well,
So,
you also think about people who can see and read auras. Like
mhm,
what is an aura? That's your energy, your vibration that
yes.
you're putting out. And other people, if they're sensitive to it and open to it, can see it and read it.
Hmm. Absolute. Absolute. See, this is why I enjoy Miss Andy joining me when we do this, because we have these conversations and it's fun to me. So, and it's a good feeling to be able to get away from the crime stuff and release that this way and do this way. So, speaking of which, real quick, I'm sorry.
I'm
Let
just
me.
one of those people who's like the spaced out hippie who, takes a bong rip and goes, "What's the meaning of life?"
Nothing wrong with that. 1 second, guys. I'm just double checking something. Some people don't get notifications, like I said. But I appreciate you guys joining me tonight for this, for sure. All right. I think we're good. All right. So, Saint says, so are you talking about high strangeness? Sure. If you want to call it that, it's kind of what it is. Wildfire, welcome to you. Make sure I didn't
Yeah,
miss anybody else.
Wildfire says my oldest daughter can read auras. It's amazing. It's really cool. It's something that I can do. It's something that
Awesome.
I always felt like I had some sort of abilities, and I started few years ago working on developing them instead of trying to shut it out because for a while it scared me. And when you are open to stuff like that and it's not really your choice, you're just automatically open. It can be overwhelming.
Mhm.
Um, but once you learn how to use it and how to block out the bad and stuff like that, it's really kind of cool.
And it does
But
make it
yeah,
hard in some
reading
senses.
auras is cool.
Right. Very much so. Some senses being an empath, even when you don't realize you're one, makes it hard too, because it makes you more susceptible in some senses, I believe, to some of this stuff. That's just an opinion I have. So,
And like when it comes to true crime stuff, it can be a blessing and a curse
very much,
because
very much so.
both a blessing and a curse because you can understand what the victims went through.
Absolutely.
So like you have that perspective and you have, you feel for them, but at the same time you feel for them, like you feel what they went through. It's draining and yeah, I'll stop.
For sure. Yes. No, you're good. Lucia, welcome to you again, guys. We got, let me see here. Looks like we got 34 peeps in here and 20 likes, 37 likes. Oh, wow. How'd that work out? 38 people, 37 likes. You guys are awesome. It all matches up now. Keep it rolling, guys, and see if we can get this in that algorithm to make YouTube happy, and we'll see what happens. All right, on we go. There's quite a few people in here that are empath. I'll tell you something, guys. I guess I am one. had no idea, and I had to be told by multiple people in here, and then my wife who said, "Gee, I thought you knew that." No, that I was one. I just, it is what it is. So, yeah, definitely, definitely. It's interesting the way it works out. I'll tell you that much. So like I said tonight, welcome guys to Paranormal Friday. We're going to be looking through Reddit postings, and the Reddit posts about everything. We've looked at alien encounters. We've looked at things that are involving the true crime world. I've looked on Reddit at even people that draw pictures and make music, and there's so much stuff on Reddit. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I have lost many, many hours to Reddit. There's, just the
You start
missing
going,
people
yeah,
Reddits, the paranormal Reddits, the crochet Reddits. There's everything.
yep, absolutely.
If you can think of it, there's a Reddit for it.
I have to agree. Yes, ma'am. So, we're going to jump into that first and go through some different Reddit postings about hauntings and sightings of different things involving paranormal hauntings per se, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And then we'll move on to some other stuff that I have put together as well. Again, Molly and Andy, thank you so much for what you do to work with this stuff and getting it together. I appreciate you guys very much. Miss Glitter, it is so good to see you. I was wondering where you've been. I messaged you last night. I don't know if you saw it. I'm an empath, and it's very hard to let go of other people's pain. I do. Yep. Thank you. That's the biggest and hardest part of the whole thing. That is why some of us get so wrapped up, I think, in some of these cases, because once you start dealing with it and reading into it and looking into it and looking at the families and the history and the lives of the people, it really sucks, because then at that time you can almost put yourself in the same situation or put yourself as a parent to the situation, and it makes it hard. It does make it hard. Mr. Jeff H in the house. What is happening, my friend?
It's like being an emotional sponge. It's
Yeah,
like you absorb the emotions and feelings of those around you, the energy around you, and
yeah.
you have to learn how to wring that sponge out sometimes, or else it just keeps coming in and building. You
Yeah,
gotta release it and cleanse yourself.
absolutely. Siggy's in the house. Welcome, Siggy. Jeff says, I had a bizarre experience with a Ouija board. I do not recommend those. The physics of how that planchette moved around that night made me believe there's more going on than absolutely. And listen, guys, I'm only gonna say I don't like Ouija boards because I've read about them, looked into them when I was doing all that stuff. They kind of give me a little bit of a feeling that is uncomfortable, and I don't like the ability that they give. Okay, like Jeff said, I've had other people tell me stories like this. When that thing starts to move, and in your mind that you're not doing it, okay, and you look at other people that have the same look on your face that you're feeling, it opens up a whole different door in your mind. Like, what the hell is going on? Okay, and it makes you back up for a minute and go, okay, let's start looking at different things now. So I don't do
I
them.
see it as a tool that you can use to communicate with the dead, but the thing is just like any other method of doing that, you need to learn how to guard yourself and protect yourself. And
Right.
you need to know how to make sure that whatever you're connecting with isn't negative.
Here's the thing, guys.
And that's the thing is it's the Ouija board is now like it used to be a part of spiritualism and it was a part of a religion. Now
Yeah.
it's sold by Hasbro as a game
Right.
for slumber parties.
It should not be registered or classified as a game, guys. It's in some senses, depending on how you look at or believe, it's a door. It's a doorway to something you don't know, and you don't know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing or how you're doing it, it can cause problems that I've seen that they make me uncomfortable. Whether or not you believe that happens, I think that our minds are very strong in some senses. We'll put it that way. A person's mind. Okay. For instance, I've seen this happen physically when people feel that they're sick. If they're around somebody they know was sick, okay, you're standing next to somebody for 3 hours that's coughing their brains out and they're sniffling and they're blowing their nose and they're this and they're that. I have literally watched people get sick from just seeing things like this. I know it doesn't sound possible, I'm not saying that they didn't catch the virus or something, but they've made themselves sick faster than what you would normally in that situation. It does happen because your mind is that strong, you guys. And, you know, like smokers that can't quit smoking. I'm one of them people because it's a mind over matter type thing. Truly, if you really want to quit smoking and you have that strength or that ability to control what your mind is wanting you to do, you can do it. I've watched people do it. But if you're weak, like I am, when it comes to that kind of stuff, then it's not going to happen without that extra help. There's a lot of different things that involve our mind like that. The way you see things, the things that you would see that you shouldn't see, that normal people won't see because you're open-minded with that sense. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff behind that. So, um, quite interesting. I'm actually happy to see you in here tonight, Jeff. I didn't think you'd be interested in this, but it's great to see you, sir. So, all right, guys. I could talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk about this stuff. I love it. See, I just put Andy to sleep from talking so much.
No, I'm here.
I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing.
I was just wondering if I should share my Ouija board story from when I was in college. I mean, not much happened. I wasn't the one messing with the Ouija board.
Right.
First of all, the college that I went to is in a very, very small town in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
There were, urban legends and everything. I don't even know if you can call it urban, but legends, local folklore and such about the town having a curse on it because of what the white settlers did to the indigenous people there. So the whole area was said to be haunted. Uh, the college itself, like we didn't have, it wasn't like a regular college campus. It was a bunch of old houses that had been converted into classrooms. It was a very small private art school.
Mm-hmm.
So it was in all these old houses. The only new building was one of the dorm buildings. And we had there was a haunted uh nature walk or a trail out behind there. And I've got stories from that too. But one night, a bunch of the kids thought that it would be fun to try to play with a Ouija board and see what they could conjure up and see what they would find. And they were doing this in a common room that was just down the hall from my dorm. And I'm sitting there like, nope, I'm not going to mess with that. You guys are idiots. I'm sitting in my room. And then all of a sudden, my jewelry box, which was way pushed back on my desk, flew off the desk and like everything went flying out of it. So, and it
Wow.
was the box that I was using for a jewelry box. It wasn't actually a jewelry box originally. It belonged to my grandfather, and it was made of silver. It was a heavy, heavy box that
Like
I
a
kept like my
polter.
my rings and stuff in.
So it was like a
Um,
poltergeist situation that,
I have no idea. All I
yeah,
know is that they were messing with some stuff. I heard them screaming and freaking out because the planchette's moving, and ooh, we're scared.
yeah,
And the jewelry box flew off of my desk. And I mean, it didn't slide off, it landed several feet away, and it was
that'll
a
wake,
heavy, heavy box.
that'll definitely wake you up and make you look at things and go, okay,
Hmm.
I get it. Sorry, 100%, 100%. I truly believe we share our space with something else, other things, guys. I truly believe that.
I mean, my thing is just, I wish people who thought that the paranormal is a thing and do believe, I wish they would at least respect it.
Yeah,
We gotta like, yeah, investigations and trying to communicate, that's cool, but you need to have a respect for that
absolutely.
rather than just turning it into a game and kind of almost making a mockery of it when you're playing with a Ouija board and just like joking around and everything. You might piss some things off a little bit.
I can agree. I can definitely agree. Like I said, you have to respect your environment just as much as you respect the people in it too. That's truly something I believe in. Miss Paula says she worked for a urologist and got kidney stones, a gynecologist and got an ovarian cyst, and a cardiologist and a heart arrhythmia. Swear it's true. And I absolutely believe you, Paula, because I've seen situations like that happen, guys. It's a mind thing. I'm telling you, our minds control more of our body than people would believe. That's a fact. It's a psychological thing. If you look into it, It's real, guys. Our mind is so strong, but it's real. Just saying.
And our government has done studies on it.
That's how I know about it, because I've watched that kind of weird stuff. I really do enjoy it. It's crazy. So,
I mean, our government has done things to try to create psychic soldiers that can do remote viewing and kill
yep,
people, stop their hearts with their minds. And
yep.
like it's all experimental, but it's something that they've looked into, so there must be something to it.
Out of body experiences, all that kind of stuff. They definitely have experimented with that kind of stuff. It's crazy, but the
And
strength
people
of my
also having
mind.
abilities with near death experiences, they come back and they're psychic. It's
Uh-huh.
like,
Agreed. Do you think, Dago, that we share our space with so-called ghosts? Like if someone or something you love so much passes in a home of yours, do you think they are around? I believe they could be, because I do
I do.
believe when I when I did my research, or the courses I took to become a paranormal investigator, is kind of a joke, but it was real, the stuff that they teach you and that they have you reading about and so on and so forth is really kind of interesting, because everything, like Miss Sherry said, and like Andy and I have said before in these other shows when we've had these conversations, everything is made of energy. Everything. This, 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 my everything is made out of some form of type of energy. Okay. So when to pick this up takes energy, to put it down takes energy, to talk takes energy, to blink takes energy, to breathe. It's all energy based. Everything that is surrounding us. Okay. And again, I believe, and I could get into a 5 or 6 hour conversation with you guys about this, and I wouldn't want anybody to prove me wrong, is all I'm saying. I think that we are based on energy and levels of consciousness. What I mean by that, okay, is that, God, I read so deep into this, it drives me nuts when I start talking about it. For
I'm
instance,
telling you, it's one of those things where like I'll have a couple of gummies and you and I could talk about it for 12 hours. We
yes,
spend the entire day talking about this type of stuff.
for instance, in a very simple platform, I'll say, and I've been on other channels talking about this with people that are professors in colleges, and they're all I'm right there talking about it with them. So levels of consciousness, okay, and I mean levels like bottom to the top. I believe in God. I'm a spiritual person. I believe in heaven and hell type scenarios. I was raised that way, so it's embedded in me, okay? But I also believe in the possibility that, like, for instance, when we pass away, that there's a huge, and I mean a very huge possibility that instead of just being gone, that we move from where we're at now to a higher level of consciousness, possibly. And if you think about that, based on what people have said about aliens, okay, or extraterrestrial scenarios, think about that for a minute, okay?
Well, interdimensional beings too. You got to
That's
figure
what I
there's
mean.
multiple dimensions. And, you know,
These
what
are
if
all
when our physical body dies, our consciousness moves to another dimension instead of
different,
just another level? So, what if hell is another dimension? What if
and
heaven is another dimension?
that
So,
absolutely, yeah.
paranormal and, you know, your spiritual and religious beliefs and all of that and science can all work together.
And
You
understand
got
with
the
me telling,
science when it comes into things like string theory and parallel universes and all that, and the science when it comes into energy. And then
mm-hmm,
you get, you know, the spiritual and paranormal when you're talking about consciousness and energy again. And
yes,
it turns into religious when you start talking about different dimensions. And is hell a dimension? Is heaven a dimension?
yeah, 100%. It very well. And think about that. You move from this, where we're at here, the life that we've lived, what we've been doing, to a different consciousness, a different, say, we'll say dimension, like Andy just said, and a whole different scenario in a higher plane, possibly, if you want to look at that. There's been a lot of studies done on this, and it's very interesting to read about. And I got wrapped up in it so many times, guys. And I could go on and on and on and on and explain these things, but it's crazy. So I'm not going to do it right now, but it's a whole thing, guys. And it's really, really interesting. If you ever get the opportunity to read into it, don't pass it up. I'm telling you. Jeff says again, Dago, my son's mom and her sister started a paranormal YouTube channel. I'd love if I could share. Of course, Jeff. They did some video at CJ Faison's. I think that's. Yeah, I knew. Yeah. Okay. Absolutely. Please do. Please
Cool.
do. And I would love to actually check it out, Jeff. I would love to check it out if you don't mind, and see what it's all about. I'm always about supporting. You guys know that. Anybody that's trying to do something like this, it's in a positive light. 100%. I'm 100% behind it. So please, you are more than welcome to put the link in here. Let me know, and maybe we'll even take a look at it. You know what I mean? To support it in that sense. So, um, I'm a skeptic, by the way. With all that being said, I'm a huge skeptic. Figure that out. Okay. I always look for logic or a logical or scientific explanation to everything. That's my whole basis to everything I do. So, a skeptical, but then I try to make myself believe that they are pure and in heaven, so they don't need to be here. I'm getting weird with it. No, you're not. You're not getting weird at all, Jennifer. That's how you talk about it. It's the only way you can talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we get weird here all the time. It's Paranormal Friday. Get weird with us.
That's what Friday's all about. Just saying.
New T-shirt. Paranormal Friday. Come get weird with us.
There you go. Let's get weird tonight. Hold on a minute, Jeff. Let's see here. ATTI Paranormal. Guys, I have business cards I can show you to prove it. I had my own. My wife and I and two friends started our own paranormal ghost hunting group. Okay. And it grew quite large. So to where it started to become like a business. And we didn't want that. So we broke it apart. It was called Trap. Because at that point in time, everything was letters, and it was Trumbull Researchers of Apparitions in the Paranormal. And we really got into it. Like, I ain't paying. That's why I went to the courses online and all that other fun stuff. It's a thing. ATTI Paranormal. Awesome, Jeff. I will definitely pull this up if you don't mind, Jeff. Did I spell paranormal right? Paranormal. Okay. Jesus, I can't even write. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Jeffrey. We will check that out here in a moment, folks. And if we can find a link to it, I'll drop the actual link in here so you guys can just click the link and go subscribe, because I want to support that in every way, shape, or fashion that we can. So, for sure. All right, guys. So let's check this out. Let's get this rolling at least, and then we will move to where we moved to. 18 said, that's awesome, Siggy. I love that kind of stuff. You should take some pictures of everything in your house. And, I mean, if you want to, of course, and let me see the actual house itself. I think that'd be cool. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. But what if energy existence doesn't belong to those categories? Like, what about purgatory or just regular science, universal existence? Don't get me started on this conversation, Jennifer. I'm telling you right now. I'm not doing that tonight, because we will go on and on and on and on. I tell you right now, it's real. It's a real conversation. There it is. Thank you, SRB. Right there, guys. Click on that link. Shoot. I can't click on it right here. I'll have to just go to it. Click on that link that SRB dropped right there, guys. Please go over there and check that out if you can.
Do you want me to send you the link in Discord?
Or just in back chat if you can. Yes, please.
Oh, right. Duh. Yeah, I can do that.
But Addy Paranormal or ATTI Paranormal, go check it out, guys. Let's show a little bit of love and support for a new channel. They're trying to do something good and make something positive out of it, and they deserve to be supported. So please go over there, subscribe, check it out if we can. Let me see here. Did it work? It did. Thank you, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. 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 Subscribe. And boom. Looks like I was 100. I was number 139.
Oh, I was 138 then.
Very cool. Very cool. We'll have to check this out when we get through this stuff, guys. For real. 100% I want to support it. So there you go, Jeffrey. Please let them know that we appreciate what they're doing. Maybe they want to join us one night and have a conversation. That would be awesome. 100%, brother. 100%.
Share their own experiences.
Sure. I would love it. I'd love to have them join us one night, maybe on panel, have a conversation, experience, all that kind of stuff. Sounds like a plan to me. Talk to her, Jeff, and see if she'd be interested. We can get together. I think it'd be awesome. All right, guys. So the first one we're looking at tonight is Again, these are paranormal Reddit posts that involve ghost hauntings, paranormal experiences, so on and so forth. So,
It's mostly
um,
like, people's personal security cameras and ring
right,
footage and stuff, which I think is fun to look at because like we were talking about debunking.
they're
I,
hard to
I
hook.
love debunking.
Yeah,
So sometimes it is just dust, and it's nice to still
or
look
a
at stuff
bug.
like that so that we can point out that's what a moth looks like.
Oh yeah,
Or like there were a lot that I saw today that I didn't even bother sending you because it's like that was clearly just a spider on the lens.
or a little. Yeah,
Um,
you can tell
yeah, yeah.
exactly. Tiffany from Addy Paranormal did jump up on a panel with strange suspicion about a month. I texted her a link to your live. Hey, there we go.
Cool.
Sounds great, Jeff. I appreciate that, brother. Very much so. Yeah, I would love to support it, support them, and do what we do. So yes, when I get the actual paranormal channel started up, it's going to be called the Paranormal Experience. Um, I would love to be able to work with other channels or other creators that do that kind of stuff because I think it'd be a lot of fun. So something I'm
Paranormal
looking forward to.
collab.
That's awesome, Saint. Thank you. All right, so this one here is that says paranormal evidence from Deaky Bivers. Oh, that's funny. 9 days ago. It says my uncle went on a guided tour to Alcatraz a few years back, which is an interesting place from my understanding. I've always wanted to go there, and had found them last night in his gallery. He sent me this one because I thought you guys might appreciate it.
Did you look at this yet?
Yeah, I did a little bit ago. I was like, whoa. I saw it immediately, like, damn. If you don't see it, you guys, right here,
That's a full body apparition.
it is. Now, somebody's going to say, well, that's a. Now, understand something. Things are different nowadays than they were back in 1985. When we had the cameras, you got overexposures, you got
Double
uh,
exposure, so
double
that is
exposures
possible.
or lens glitters and stuff like that. They would call it. We have digital phones and cameras now. It don't work that way no more. So whatever this is, that's like she said, it's a complete and total full body apparition. If that's what that is, you don't see that very often, and it's even like
You can see the clothing, the facial features, the hair, everything. It is so
it's filled
detailed.
in. Yes, and guys, it's not just a face. It goes from here down to the bottom, and it's dated. If you look at the clothing is dated like way, way back. I don't think I can blow it up. Oh, it's too big. Wait, maybe. Nope, it took her out of the picture. It's a woman. Okay, and the clothing is definitely dated. That's crazy. That's a clear one. It's a full fit. Yeah, it's a whole body, Jen. You might have to sit back because of the glare from that light, guys, but that is what it is. And the face is kind of, you can tell that the face is not somebody that is alive right now. That is like, how can I put this? When I've seen some of these photos, it's somebody that's alive and functioning and moving around, has emotion in their body and in their face and stuff like that. This to me does not seem like somebody that's a human being.
It looks like she has like a shawl or something like wrapped
Like
around
she's
her.
wearing it. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. 100% crazy stuff,
Like
folks.
to me, it almost looks like a Native American woman with the long
I was
dark
thinking
hair
that.
and like a blanket or a shawl wrapped around her shoulders.
Yeah, and like I said, this is definitely dated. This could be, like you said, quite a ways back. So done well, and it can. That's another thing. Let's see. That's another reason I like to have Jeff in here, because Jeff is a videographer. He does that kind of stuff. It looks like something you can do in Photoshop. 100% it could be, but it also could be something else too. I'm just saying. I like the debunking side of things. So thank you, Jeffrey, for your
Yeah, I'm
input. I
happy to see more
appreciate it.
debunkers in the chat. I love it.
100%, guys. 100%. Let's do that. Let's make it real. So that's the first one for tonight. I think it's pretty interesting to say the least. Um,
I mean,
uh,
usually with Photoshop, you can tell because the pixels will be a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
In the area, maybe the pixels will be bigger than the rest of the picture or smaller than in the rest of the picture. So
Wow.
I don't
See
know,
here,
if it's a Photoshop job, it was done really well.
it was a good one. See, here's where you got the people that are debunking this, and this is what I like looking at. That's clearly a reflection on a window. The photo's taken through. You can see clear as day the sky, a building, and a sky right on top of the man's head. That's not even a man, in my opinion, but okay.
Uh,
No way. That was fun to zoom in and find. I don't see it. Can someone help? How can you not see it? It's right there.
a lot of people in Reddit are just being smartasses. That's one of the
Oh,
reasons I love Reddit.
right.
A lot of people will just, yeah, there's a lot of sarcasm.
Oh, wait. What a great shot your uncle took. There's faces all over the floor. When it comes to the discernment of spirits, the natural person will see it as foolishness, as they are not with spirit and they do not understand something as it is only discerned through the spirit. If one doesn't believe in God, they will never understand something that comes from the spirit. That's a good way to put it. But I only saw this right here. What they're seeing, actually, I I don't see
I'm
anything.
not seeing this whole like faces all over. I'm not. I just saw
Well,
that
I
one.
can see how somebody could look at this and say, "Well, that could be a face,"
Well,
um,
that's when it goes into the phenomena of your
or
brain,
that.
like the human
Yeah,
brain automatically wanting to see faces and patterns and things to make sense of things
interpretation.
that we
Yes.
can't. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Agreed.
So,
100%.
I mean, that's when it comes
You can,
into a psychological and optical illusion thing.
to me, this looks like what a typical alien face would look like. The two eyes, the pear-shaped head, upside down pear-shaped head. But it's not. It's just concrete on the floor. Just saying. Definitely pretty interesting in my opinion. Either way, it's a good one. On we go. Oops. Hold on, guys. Sorry. All right, let's see. Sorry. Let's jump into this one. Interesting. Hold on a minute here. All right. Okay, Andy, give me one quick second.
One. Well, come on, I gave you a second. So, what's everybody up to tonight, other than hanging out here with us? Oh, Siggy, I think we're actually going to try to cover Skinwalker Ranch at some point. Um, it's just difficult to find videos that we're allowed to play here without getting a copyright strike.
Sorry, everybody. Okay. Boy, that hair really got my sinuses good this time. Skinwalkers, yes, Siggy. All right. This one here is it's called Ghost Girl. It says input. I took this picture, blurry image. To the left is where our tour guide was standing, which makes me think it's camera related. Ghost Girl, I cannot explain. Right there. So
Nope, that's not it. There's the arrow pointing to it.
Oh, well, there's something here too. So
That may have been a person standing
there's
in there. I don't know. It's
three.
dim. It's not really brightly lit, so it's hard to tell.
Well, there's three. One, two, three visualizations I see here, and then something right here too. So maybe I don't know what's going on with this. It depends on the type of camera this was, though. Welcome, mystery. That's weird, though. If you look there, it looks like there's a small child there. There looks like there's two adults here with dark hair. And see, this looks like a modernized. It
Yeah,
looks
I
like
think
a
there were actually people standing there, and they may have just like moved quickly when they were
okay.
taking the picture.
Well, she
And I
says
think
something,
that's what the other ones on the other side are too. I think that's just people who were there.
but and I gotta say that's what I think this is too. Truly,
Yeah, it could be. I mean, there were people in the comments saying that it could have been like some kind of discoloration on the door. Um, it does look like a little girl in a little white dress, though.
I got to agree. Carl Ferguson in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Oh, okay. Gotcha, Siggy. Let's see. Mystery. Great to have you here tonight, dear. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here. Looks like a door to me. That's somebody being a smartass. I got to tell you, because you can clearly see this blurred little child standing here. And I mean, I can see it, and I my eyes kind of suck. So, what
It
about
looks
that?
like a little girl in a white dress.
Yep.
That's what it looks like to me.
And
But
it's hard to tell if it's dated or if it's just like current. You know what I mean?
right.
And there are two other people sitting over here. Looks like they're
I
sitting
think
in like high back
yeah, I
chairs.
think those are real people. I don't
And then
think that
this woman as well standing here. So yeah, I gotcha. Let's
which
see.
because of how those are showing up, it could be something to do with the shutter speed.
Yep. That's what I was thinking. I couldn't say it though. I couldn't think of the phrasing I was trying to put out there, but yeah, I agree with you on that one. There's
Well,
only one.
I minored in photography.
Oh, there you go. Awesome, Jeff. I'll look at that real quick, and Jeff's going to prove to us how easy it is to do a Photoshop on this. Thank you, sir. I'll pull that up here in just a
Cool.
moment. Thank you, Jeffrey. Always appreciate your input, my friend. All right, moving on. Let's see here. We got 1, 2, 3. Ghost orbs flying around the room hits my cat. Interesting. That's to physically
Yeah.
impact a physical thing. That's interesting.
See, I was watching this one and I was like, that looks like dust. But you see the way the cat reacts to it. And that's what made me go like, maybe there's
Yeah,
something to it. Because most
100%.
of the time with orbs, like 99% of the time, it's dust or moisture in the air or a bug.
Mm-hmm.
But for the cat to react to it,
It won't let me slow it down. Did you see the cat trying to play with something?
yeah, like unless there's a spider or something on the floor and we just can't see it, and it
I
seems
was
like
it.
it's reacting to something, and you can hear it
Meow. Yeah.
meow. Yeah.
Let's see here. You can see it right there. Okay. And then, yeah. Let's see here.
Now it
Okay.
does look like there is other stuff in there, like that's just dust
Dust, but this is
flying
not moving.
around. But yeah.
Yeah, this isn't moving like it should be moving. That's weird. You see that?
Well, I don't know. I think that might just be like discoloration
Well,
or a reflection.
watch the spot though. Oh, I think you might be right.
Yeah, I think it's just like a reflection or something.
Yeah, because it did move at the end there. Pretty kitty though. I love those gray kitties. I had one like that when I was a kid. I don't know. Could be, could not be. Don't meow me. see. Is there any grow back your hair today with 6? Okay. Wow, that's
It's an advertisement. Yeah,
that is just dust.
just
Camera with a
dust.
flash on will do that on a windy, dusty home. Very, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's dust again. Not an orb, dust. It's reflecting light, not creating it. Always try for a mundane explanation before screaming paranormal. Very true.
See, that's what I was thinking, but I'm also thinking, like, what was the cat reacting to?
That's what I mean. Like, did he see something, or was there a bug there that we didn't see? Like you said,
Right. Like, because the first time I watched it, I was like, oh, come on, that's dust. And then I was like,
Right.
but what is the cat reacting to though?
Right. Well, here's another thing though. If you look at this photo, oh, hold on. The house looks like it could be an older home. If you look at that
Oh,
fireplace,
absolutely. Yeah.
that's definitely an older style type build. So it could be an older home. The wood floors are real. That's not that newer stuff, that overlay stuff. That's an old floor that was redone. So if the home's old enough, there's a lot of possibilities. I'll just put it that
A lot
way.
of energies have passed through it.
Right. Lots of spirits not at rest. Absolutely possible. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Somebody's at my door.
Ooh, let's be nosy and see what their notifications are. Oh, they were buying some deodorant perfume body spray.
All right, sorry. My dogs are they bark at anything that makes noise outside.
That's okay. We're just being nosy and looking at the person's notifications.
Yeah, right. I wish I could slow this down, but it won't let me. It'd have been easier to watch slower, and then you can look and see if you see anything. Either way,
Yeah, I hate that we can't do that with the Reddit videos.
it's all good. So there is that one now. Let's see here. All right. Meow you. Moving on. Yeah, there was no other comment. We all should have open minds. I believe we're not experts. That's for sure. In my amateur opinion, knowing that afterlife, I know the realm exists. I believe the cat and dogs get pulled by something. Well, again, I can understand that feeling, and I do respect that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this the right one? Oh, yes. Okay, cool. Let's see what we got here. All right, up we go. I like when they have like sound too. All right, open this up here. Oh wait, no, I want to read it to you guys.
This one could very well be a CGI thing that somebody did as like a prank or a hoax that they posted. But if it's not, it's interesting. I have no freaking clue what it is.
100%. It says it caught this a couple of hours ago on my Ring camera in my backyard. I don't know what the hell it is. Well, we probably don't either, so we'll see. All right. Oh shit. Still too fast. If you look down here at the bottom, what the hell is that? Is it Bigfoot? Seems like it's walking all crickety.
That's the thing. Is like it's a weird angle. It's hard to tell how big it is. Like, is it a sweater that someone has on a string and they're pulling it and thinking it would be a funny joke? Is it a creature?
Yeah.
Like what is it?
Watch the walk. It's like it's, you know what I mean? Old
It almost
person.
the shape and the gait of it almost reminds me of when a woman is trying to walk in like a really long dress and like you have to hold
Yeah.
it up a little bit.
Yep.
Because it kind of looks like an arm, maybe like trying to hold.
Is that
I
hair
don't know.
or is that something else on top?
I have no idea.
I wish we could slow these down. So the last one, Flickery says, I slowed it down. It comes out of the other room over the computer. It's an orb. Okay, there you go. At least it might be the black-eyed children. Let's not talk about the black-eyed children.
Oh my God, no.
Doodle don't like him. I covered him one night, and she was a little upset with me.
I don't like them. I don't like Hat Man, and I don't like mimics.
The black-eyed children is a big deal here in Ohio. I've actually driven down back roads looking for this type thing. Of course,
Mm-mm.
I've never seen it, but I've seen the areas where they have been seen, and it's kind of interesting. So, quite. I don't know what that was, what it could be. Either way, it was interesting. The walk was weird. That's for damn sure. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Something paranormal caught on camera. My cousin sent me this video from his hostel where they saw something paranormal walking at night. Also, no one can go there, as in there is no way to go at the top. Also, when I
Yeah,
saw
something.
this video, right, lights went out, and same happened with someone else too. Oh, interesting. That's a little bit fuzzy, so let's see. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it looks like something pacing up there.
Now I see it. It's on the roof, you guys. I didn't
Oh,
see that until just now.
yep.
Whoa. There you go. I dreamt about 9/11 one year ahead and did not know what it meant. It was horrible. Asked Doc for help, and he said, "You have an intuition." Yep. That's what that's called. That's horrific. I would never want to have that. Not like that.
Yeah, the only premonition dreams I have are like of horrific things that I have absolutely zero power to stop.
Right.
Uh, I mean, like I was young when that happened. I was like 12, but I had a dream about that too. Like a few months before it happened, I had a dream about Hurricane Katrina. I had a dream about the big tornado that destroyed Joplin, Missouri.
Okay.
And it's just it's so frustrating because you have these really crazy vivid dreams, and it's like with a thing like a terrorist attack. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube or not, sorry. um or a natural disaster. There's nothing you can do about it, so that this horrible thing's going to happen and that a ton of people are going to lose their lives, and there's nothing you can do about it, and it sucks.
Oh, okay. Got you. Got you. Carl, you're fine. Don't worry about anything in here, my friend. Relax. Enjoy yourself, please. So, again, if you look up here, guys, it took me a minute to see it. Up here, there's something going. Looks either it's like it's pacing or it's walking across the top here. Kind of weird. I tried to clear it up, but you can't. Very
The only
weird.
thing I hate about reviewing this type of stuff nowadays is that it's so easy for people to hoax videos. And you see it
Oh,
all
yeah.
the time where people fake things, and they're getting really good at it. So,
I
I mean,
do
that's
agree.
always something that we have to keep in mind for, when it's a video that we didn't capture ourselves.
Right. Nobody
So
want
it,
to
like
talk
it's
about the window moving. I didn't see that. So I'm not the only one that caught the curtain move as it. Oh,
yeah, it's the curtain, not the window
it's not
itself.
the thing on the roof.
No, the video is supposed to be the thing of the roof, but before that, before he pans over, it looks like the curtain and the windows moving, but that could just be somebody that's inside moving the curtain. You just can't see them.
Okay, let's see here. Let's try that again.
That red curtain. Yeah, just before he pans over, you see it move a little bit.
Okay, hold on.
Like at the very, very beginning of the video.
One of
Yeah,
these right here.
yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yeah, the one towards the middle of the screen.
Okay. Hey, Taylor. Yeah, whatever's on the roof up there is still a little strange the way it's moving around. I don't know what the hell that is,
It
but
looks like something pacing.
yeah, it really
Did they
does.
say what country this was in?
Um, do you keep it?
No.
It
They
doesn't
just said
really.
it was a hostel, but they didn't say what country.
Well, it's definitely in a different country for one, if it's a hostel. So
Mhm. Well, I was just thinking, like, if it was in an area where there was maybe major combat or a war, it could have been like a soldier that was on the roof doing patrol and maybe doing sniper stuff.
gotcha.
Yeah, it could have, be the spirit of that. Like we don't know.
Absolutely. Okay.
That's
I'm
the
very
only thing I wish we could get more is like more information when people post to Reddit. Like I want to know the date. I want to know what type of device you recorded it on. I want to know what town. I want
right.
to dig into the history and try to figure out exactly what it could be.
Mm-hmm. Somebody says it's a raccoon. You can almost make out the face.
No, that is huge if that's a raccoon. There's no way.
You can't watch it in slow mo. I don't know how you guys are slowing this down, but I can't. Nope. Hmm. Now somebody is saying in here too that before that starts, do not click on this. I clicked on it and it was blocked by my web root, so it's not something good. It says to look at the sky, but it's hard to before that thing starts moving. You really can't see anything that I can see. What? That's the camera. That's not anything going on in the sky. Somebody, I see why they think it's a raccoon. Okay.
That would that'd be one really, really massive raccoon.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen a raccoon that's 5 feet tall and walks like that. I mean, I've seen them walk on their hind legs, but not pacing on a rooftop like that.
Right. It might be the way they zoomed in and with the angle, but that seems like it's
Mhm.
standing upright, and then whatever it is wearing something like a white jacket or something, or whatever it is. Either way. All right. Let's see here.
Yeah, Carl said that he thinks that kids can see things that most adults can't. Now, a lot of people believe that, and a lot of people believe that it's because basically they haven't closed themselves off to that yet. As they start to get older, you're told things like, "Oh, that's not real. It's your imagination."
Right. Welcome,
So,
K-Dip. Good to see you tonight.
but when you're younger, you're more open to believing that those types of things are possible. So when you're more open to it, you're more
Right.
likely to experience it.
All right, guys. Give me a second to set this up for you.
And yeah, cats and dogs too. A lot of people say that, you can see your animals reacting to things. There were actually quite a few videos in the Reddit where like somebody's dog would just start growling at nothing, be like staring at a wall and growling.
Okay, so we're gonna kick this off here. Um, there's something. It's called the Sally House. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this before, but it's a supposed.
Yeah, I have seen many, many things about the Sally House.
Okay. Um, it's definitely it's about a haunting, a possible possession, firsthand, and like people experiencing like hands-on, very touchy type stuff. It's kind of crazy. So
Scratches.
yeah, for sure. So hold on 1 minute.
Oh, goodness, I can't stop yawning. You're muted.
All right, sorry about that, guys.
I got just a glimpse of that upper window of the face of a little girl. And I don't know who lives here. It's a boy, right? But I saw the face of a little girl in that window just now.
The exact date appears to be lost to time. But at some point in the mid-1800s, in the dead of night, Dr. Charles Finney, a medical practitioner living in Atchison, Kansas, heard a loud knock on his door. He cautiously opened it to find a woman, clearly distressed and holding her 6-year-old daughter in her arms. The young girl was in an incredible amount of pain. Dr. Finney realized that the girl's appendix was about to rupture and quickly took her to his operating room that was located in the basement of his home. Unfortunately, in his haste to help the girl, he incorrectly administered the wrong amount of anesthetic. The girl died on his operating table, screaming in pain as he cut into her. This is the widely spread origin story of one of the most infamous haunted houses in all of America, the Sally House. But while it makes for a creepy tale, it most likely isn't true, or at least there's no evidence that it's true. There are some elements that are though. Charles Finney was a medical practitioner that lived in the house. In fact, the house was built some years before the story is said to take place by a MC Finney. The house remained in the possession of the Finney family for years, and a number of them passed away within its walls. But there are no records that suggest a small girl named Sally was ever treated there or lived there. But maybe these encounters with spirits that so many people claim to experience aren't the lost souls of the dead at all. Maybe they are manifestations of something else. In this episode of the Tape Library, we're going to be visiting the Sally House and going over the terrifying experiences of the Pickman family and their shocking, violent encounters with something that appeared to be sharing their home with them. In the early 90s, Tony and Deborah Pickman moved into 508 North 2nd Street. What followed was one of the most well-documented hauntings of all time. A big part of this was due to the TV series Sightings, who carried out numerous investigations into what they referred to as the Heartland Ghost. Because of this, there are visual examples of many of the phenomena the family encountered during their 2 years living in the Sally House. I'll link to the Sightings episode in the description if you want to watch these clips in full. I'm going to go over some of the most notable incidents in Deborah and Tony's time in the home. but there are so many encounters they describe. I strongly recommend delving into some interviews with the couple.
You're muted. Yeah, you're still muted.
I
Yeah,
turned my
you're
damn
muted.
mic. I
Okay.
wasn't muted. This stupid microphone. Look, if you touch the bottom of it, it turns off when you touch the bottom. I must have bumped it. So sorry, guys. Anywho, we're going to be covering the missing 411 soon. I'm doing a full show on that. For those of you that aren't familiar with it, it's kind of an interesting thing. I definitely classify it under the paranormal. So just a heads up for you guys.
If you want to learn even more. But here we go. Deborah was from Buffalo originally. She's always had an interest in the paranormal, but never experienced anything personally in her younger years. The two met in Kansas and bought the house in Atchison together when they were expecting their first child. Tony did not have any interest in the paranormal, though he was raised as a Catholic. It all started fairly innocently. Everything seemed fine when they moved in, but within a month of being in the property, they started to hear odd noises. Lights would flicker or dim. There were strange occurrences, but nothing that jumped out at them as specifically paranormal. Lights would dim while they were sat there watching TV multiple times a night. The chains on their ceiling fans would spin even when the fan wasn't on, or it would look like someone was almost flicking them. Again, nothing that they felt couldn't be explained as the wind or electrical issues. They contacted the landlord, but could never find any electrical problems in the house. The baby would wake up often in the night. Every time he'd fall asleep in his nursery, he'd almost immediately wake up again crying. Obviously not an uncommon thing for a young child, but the lack of sleep quickly started to become a drain on the pigments. Deborah's sister came to visit to help with the sleeping pattern. She took the baby downstairs and the baby slept through the night with no issues. The sleep disruptions only seemed to happen when the baby was alone in the nursery. One night, Tony walked past the nursery and noticed the light was on, which was strange as the couple had only just gotten home. Sat in the centre of the floor were 3 of their baby stuffed animals, positioned sat up and in a circle. Tony went back down to talk to Deborah and her sister, who said they hadn't moved any toys. So they went back up and looked for any explanation, but couldn't find anything. They carefully put the toys back on the shelves, turned the lights out, and went back downstairs. By the time they'd reached the bottom, they had heard the light flick back on. They walked back up. The teddy bears were back on the floor, with the lights on. This was the first time that something had happened in the house that the couple could not explain. Again, they turned out the lights and went back down. This time the light didn't come back on. But when Deborah went back upstairs 15 minutes later, the teddy bears were on the floor again, in the darkened nursery. They all stayed in the master bedroom together that night, with the family dog standing guard, and the door tightly closed. Speaking of their dog, who did not like entering the nursery, and was often found standing in the doorway, barking at seemingly nothing. From this point on, things started to escalate. Tony would hear footsteps running up and down the stairs at night. This happened often, and he was sure it was just their cats running around. One night, after being kept awake by the running, he went to the stairs to catch the cats and stop them. But they weren't there. Tony looked down the dark stairwell and heard the running quickly approaching him. He then described what he felt was like a cold wind run through his body, and then the unmistakable laughter of children. One day Tony was lying there having an afternoon nap, when suddenly he sat up, looked Deborah in the eye and said,
"He's mine."
and then laid back down straight away. This happened early in the haunting, and at the time Deborah assumed Tony was having some sort of dream. Another morning, the family photos that were on the walls down the stairs were found placed upside down on the wall, with the glass cracked on one of them. Candles would randomly be melted. In one case, the candle hadn't even been unwrapped. It was still coated in what was now a melted plastic wrapper. On the candle, they saw what appeared to be a small handprint in the wax. What was interesting was that the wick was not burned. It was just as if something hot had been pressed against the wax of the candle. It wasn't long before the couple started to reach out for help, which ultimately led to the crew at Sightings visiting the property. While they appeared to be skeptical about the whole thing to begin with, the team became so fascinated by the family stories and captured such compelling evidence that they would return time after time to get updates on the case. Initially, during the Sightings investigations, the family's identity was kept hidden, particularly Tony's, who didn't want anyone to know it was him who was experiencing this. It was only after numerous investigations by the team that they were willing to disclose their identity. There would be random small isolated fires that would appear throughout the house, like sudden shots of flames that would appear and disappear in an instant. One time during a family party, a doll was found on the stairs in flames. The way it had been burned, it appeared that the fire only affected specific areas of the doll, almost like the flame had come from the inside.
Thank you, Miss Vicky.
to the
Hope
out.
to see you soon.
The damage done to the Pickman's belongings through these fires were really bizarre. They weren't seeing uncontrollable fire. The damage appeared to be extremely targeted, and somehow only able to damage specific parts of an object. This phenomenon was even captured by the Sightings team during their investigations. Tony became convinced that whatever was doing this could potentially create a fire that, if unnoticed, could burn down the house, or even more unsettling, that if whatever this was that was waking up their baby could set the cot on fire. The family that lived there before the Pickmans also reported unexplainable fires in the home, including seeing the window frame of their nursery on fire. Deborah became convinced they were dealing with the spirit of a little girl who was desperately trying to get their attention. A suggestion that was backed up by the mediums the Sightings team brought, who claimed they could see a little girl.
There's a little girl that's standing right there. Right at the top of the stairs. Hello? Hello?
Have a great night, SRB. Feel better, hon.
Hello? Can you speak to me? Sally? Is that your name, Sally? Sally? Okay.
The family and our Sightings investigative team were amazed that Peter James had correctly named the entity.
They brought in a psychic to the home, who said that there was in fact the spirit of a little girl in the house, and that she just wanted to be part of the family. More specifically, she said she wanted to protect the Pickman's baby son. If you've been listening to the tape library for a while, you might notice the unsettling similarity to another famous paranormal case we've covered here. This is almost exactly what the entity wanted to do in the Annabelle case. It wanted permission to be part of their lives. Deborah felt comforted by this, and felt the urge to nurture the spirit that would later become known as Sally. But for Tony, something about it didn't feel right to him. He felt uneasy in his own home. But it seemed Sally was much more interested in getting Tony's attention, and not in a positive way. One night, Deborah came out of the shower to find Tony complaining, "She bit me." Sure enough, on Tony's leg was a bite mark. This was the first incident of whatever was in that house causing physical harm towards Tony. But it certainly wouldn't be the last. It wasn't long after this that the scratches would start. Tony would often find deep red scratch marks on his body. Some would bleed. Others would be accompanied by sharp pain. Some would appear without any pain at all. Whatever was in their home had certainly appeared to take a disliking to Tony Pickman. Tony came home from his night shift one morning and got a glass of juice from the kitchen. He turned around to see a little girl standing at the entrance to the basement door. She wore what he described as an old white outfit, the sort of thing a little girl might have worn to church in the previous century. She stared at him. She looked terrified. Tony froze. It was only the realization that he could partially see through her that snapped Tony out of his almost trance-like state. He dropped his glass and ran upstairs to find Deborah. Tony later drew an image of the girl. Interestingly, a previous resident of the Sally house claimed they had an imaginary friend while living in the house as a child. When they saw Tony's picture, they immediately recognized the girl as their imaginary friend. She called her Sally. Other times Tony saw what he thought was Deborah walking past him in the hall. It looked exactly like her, except she appeared to be wearing an old housemaid's outfit with her hair in a bun. But Tony is adamant that whoever this was had Deborah's face. He'd follow her into a room, only for the apparition to disappear. As we've already discussed, there is no evidence to suggest that there was a child named Sally who died in that house. Tony saw more than one apparition in this house. Could whatever is residing in that house be taking on the form of others? A small child, Tony's loved ones, to lower their guard, to seem innocent, harmless, but deep down its intentions were much more nefarious. The possibility of this is potentially backed up by the next encounter Tony had. Tony was now hearing scratching in the walls when he laid in bed. He said it often sounded like 6 or 7 people were inside the walls, whispering, but he could never make out what was being said. One night he said he was laying in bed. At the foot of the bed was a window. He saw what looked like dust particles blowing past the window. But gradually the particles grew darker and larger. It drifted towards the bed and slowly took the form of what appeared to be a woman. An older lady, all dressed in black. She floated towards Tony. The drawers on either side of the bed were slamming open and shut. The waterbed that Tony was laying on was flopping around like crazy. He couldn't scream. The woman got closer and closer. Her arm shot out and reached for Tony's throat. The woman yells,
I'm gonna.
as she reaches for his neck. Then suddenly Tony saw what looked like a giant black bird. The woman was gone. All the furniture stopped rocking instantly. Tony started screaming for Deborah, desperately trying and failing to open the door. Deborah was across the hall with the baby. She didn't hear a thing except for Tony yelling. A case of sleep paralysis? As an individual incident, it certainly seems to be the case. But when combined with all the other phenomena taking place in the house, it becomes a little harder to discount. Tony was beginning to fear for his sanity. This wasn't the only nighttime visit of a shape-shifting creature that Tony would experience. Tony also saw something that appeared to be the little girl approaching his bed again in the dead of night. The girl reached out for him a number of times, but Tony kept resisting. Suddenly the girl let out what sounded like a growl. Then it began to transform into something else, something on all fours, hunched over, with worms hanging off its melted flesh. Each time the sightings crew would come to visit, the phenomena Tony was experiencing would get worse. The scratches, the visions, the sounds. Each visit from the crew would make things worse for Tony. The crew would check Tony for scratches anytime he was going to be left alone, like if he went to the bathroom.
Okay, Doodle. We gotcha.
Just to make sure he wasn't doing them to himself. Many members of the sightings team were skeptical of the whole thing, but then saw scratches appearing on Tony right before their eyes.
New welts began to form on Jeff's stomach. Then, I was shocked to see mysterious welts forming on his forehead.
The initials MC were scratched onto Tony's body on camera while the sightings crew were filming.
You're in control here, so don't.
MC.
A strange coincidence, since the house itself was built by a Michael C. Finney. They apparently have a 9-minute clip of a scratch slowly appearing on Tony's torso. Just as a warning before we get into the next section, there are some descriptions of violent impulses, and more specifically animal cruelty. If you want to skip this part, then please do so. Tony said he turned into a different person.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
He would hear voices saying horrible things, such as telling him to kill Deborah. In the final months, when Deborah would walk past him, he'd be overcome with an intense urge to harm her in some way. An urge to get her out of the way, as he said. If he left the house, he felt fine. A dark anger was overtaking him in this house. He would have vivid dreams of cutting her throat with a butcher's knife when she would come home from work. One morning he woke up full of hateful thoughts. He went into the kitchen, took out a butcher's knife, saw their pet cat in the kitchen, and blacked out. Later that day, he was at his parents' house. He returned back to the family home to find the cat stabbed with a knife and pinned to the kitchen counter. Tony says he has no memory of harming the cat, but is sure he must have done it, a fact that still haunts him to this day. This, alongside his dark thoughts towards Deborah, are something that he is obviously deeply ashamed of, but he says he speaks about it to make people aware just how disturbing hauntings like this can be. There was a darkness in their home, whether literally the result of a ghost or something more psychological, that was transforming Tony into someone he didn't recognize. Tony did seek out psychological help, but nothing clinical appeared to be wrong with him. The only way he could be free of these violent impulses was to get out of this house.
Probably every one of your television viewers ask is, why do you stay here? Why don't you just get out? What holds you there? Curiosity. There needs to be more data so that we can know what exactly this is, what causes it. Why do these things happen to certain people, certain places, certain times?
Tony tried to talk to Deborah about how bad things were getting, but she was so excited and fascinated about the entire thing. She wasn't experiencing any of the negative aspects of the haunting. She says that her reactions now don't make any sense to her, but at the time she was so wrapped up in the entire thing that she was almost blind to the effects it was having on her husband. She was completely naive to the very real danger it appears she was in. One day, Tony was thrown into the rungs at the top of the stairs, breaking several of them, as if something was attempting to throw him over the banister and down the stairs. For some reason, this was the incident that made Deborah realize that things weren't right, and they needed to leave. Within 3 weeks, they were out of the house. People would ask them how they stayed so long, but they said they would experience this phenomena, and then it would stop. Months would go past without anything happening. They'd begin to doubt themselves, thinking maybe it was all in their heads, or whatever was there had left. And then it would start up again. Little waves of paranormal activity that gradually became more and more dark and violent. The basement is said to be a focal point of something within the Sally house. There is an area in the back where a number of bricks have been removed, leaving a dark hole. Tony said he never felt any urge to go down into the basement and would avoid it as much as possible. After the Pickmans left, a woman moved into the Sally house. After some time, the landlord was called, as she had apparently been trashing the house. The landlord evicted the woman. After that, he visited the property and discovered in the basement a number of strange markings and names on the walls. In the middle of the floor, the woman had painted a pentagram. Apparently the woman was very solitary, had few belongings in the house, and it appears was primarily using the property for whatever ritual she was attempting to conduct. Many paranormal researchers and TV shows have investigated the Sally house, including the popular show Ghost Adventures, in which the host brought Deborah and Tony Pickman back with them to the house. Tony claimed that he had heard so many EVPs people had recorded over the years of the voices of little children that he began to feel guilty, like maybe there wasn't something demonic in this house. Maybe they're just lost children trying to communicate. This led to him returning to the home. Yet again, Tony experienced a whole host of violent interactions, with welts appearing on his neck. Other guests experienced scratches and witnessed odd phenomena. Tony isn't alone here. Many who have visited the Sally house report, no matter how terrifying their experiences might be inside its walls, a draw to come back, just something in the back of their minds that tells them they need to return. But for what reason? There are countless examples of video, photographic and audio evidence from the Sally house. The Sally house has become one of the major tourist destinations for ghost hunters all across the world. And because of this, there are so many investigations that have taken place within the property. What is remarkable is that so many others appear to have had experiences that back up some of what the Pickmans have been talking about. I'm going to leave you with one specific piece of evidence that was recorded during an investigation into the Sally house. I try not to talk about my own personal beliefs on this channel, but I like to see myself as an optimistic skeptic. I have no evidence for the existence of ghosts or anything paranormal, but a part of me really hopes it's true. Additionally, this is a horror channel. I'll never knowingly include any false information in the video, but I do take things as much as I can at face value, because I'm telling the stories in the way they were originally reported. As far as evidence of the supernatural goes, I have never heard or seen anything that made me go beyond a, that's strange. EVPs in particular. While I've heard some really creepy ones, part of me always thinks this could be easily faked or could just be a strange sound happening in the distance from a very mundane source. I heard this clip I'm about to play you 2 years ago, and it has never left my mind. The moment I heard it, I froze in my seat, re-listened to it, and then played it to anyone I knew who would be interested. The podcast Astonishing Legends carried out an investigation into the Sally house back in 2018. Now, it's worth pointing out this podcast, if you're not familiar, generally doesn't do this sort of in-person investigating. They do deep dives into all sorts of unexplained stories and try to prove or disprove it as best they can in a usually grounded and level-headed manner. They are not a ghost hunting show, nor do they overly dramatize their stories. I strongly recommend their series on the Sally house if you are interested. It goes for hours, covering the history, interviews with the Pickmans, and others involved in the house, as well as breaking down their own investigation, and even attempting to debunk the evidence they themselves collected. On July 20th, 2018, they placed an audio recorder, a Panasonic RR-DR60, in the nursery room at the Sally house. The recorder is set up so it only records when it hears a noise. They placed the recorder in the room, quietly left, and then returned a few moments later. No audio effects have been added to this file, beyond an increase in volume. Many who have listened to this recording have experienced traumatic sensations, so please do so at your own risk.
Okay, file 10, putting this down, and leave this here for about 5 minutes. If there's anything you want to say, any message you would like to share with the world, leave it on this recorder, and we will share it. Leaving now, closing the door. No one else is in this room at this time.
No. Nah, I'm not messing with that. That is terrifying.
That was definitely not what I. What?
That wasn't even just like a normal low growl. That was like a guttural scream.
That was definitely out there. I'm just saying.
I would be out of there so fast.
Yeah, that would have sent me out the door. Like I wouldn't even have finished listening. I'll be honest with you.
Nope, I'd hear that and I'd be like, okay, where's the church? I need a priest.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Bloody nose. Oh.
There must be a skunk fighting with something out here in my yard.
Oh no!
I'm smelling it bad. Damn it! Oh, poof.
But yeah, if I picked up something like that on a recording, I would be leaving and tracking down the nearest priest.
Yep. Bye. Out the door. See ya. Guys, you either run with me or stay because I'm leaving. Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some holy water. Yeah.
Faux show. Faux show. That was wicked, folks. Sorry.
I'll be bringing my rosary with me when I'm going ghost hunting.
Yep. What's up, Mom? I didn't even see you come in. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Hey,
Hope
Mom.
you're enjoying. She said, I'm seeing the skunky and laughing. Yeah, it's funky, skunky. Damn.
Oh my god, my dog, like it's like nice and cool out at night, so we're leaving the windows open, and my dog, I've never had a dog get skunked before, and I've had so many dogs, and now I know, like, Banjo's gonna be the one. If I'm ever gonna have a dog that gets skunked, it's gonna be Banjo. He was sitting on the couch by the open window at night, and a skunk walked by, and he barked, and it sprayed. And it didn't spray directly at the house, but it was bad enough that, like, for several hours, I could just smell skunk. It was awful.
Right.
I'm like, you're going to be the one, dude. I'm going to have to get pet insurance. He's going to be the one to try to play with a porcupine. He's going to be the one to get skunked. Like, I just know it.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, Molly. Yeah, oh hey Holly. Hi y'all. I don't believe in ghosts. I know demons exist lifelong since I was really little. I appreciate Diego coming. Oh well, thank you. I appreciate you joining us.
Oh, it's 11:22. It's the computer ghost.
Damn it, 11:22.
Yep.
Okay. All right, this one. What the hell? Which one? This one.
Yeah, Mom, you got that right. it's not the dead that scares me, it's the monsters among us.
100%, Mom. 100% for sure. Okay, on we go. Let me bring this back up for you guys.
I mean, I've only really encountered like negative things a couple times. Mostly it's just, it, feels like someone just hanging out. Like
Yeah.
there's somebody there. And yeah, most of the time I think it's just, spirit or energy that's just kind of popping in for a second and then they go back. And if as long as you respect them, then they leave you alone.
Right. Thank you, Molly.
At least for the most part. I mean, yeah, I definitely believe in, demonic entities too. And you just need to make sure that your spirit's pure and that, keep yourself right and be a good person and keep your guard up and they wouldn't be able to mess with you.
For sure. For sure. What's up, Walt? Welcome back, buddy.
Hey, Walt.
Carl. Meth heads in Walmart. Yep. Yeah, I think I'm more afraid of that than anything, to be honest with you.
It's the ones around the Circle K up here. Walmart's not too bad. It's the Circle K you got to look out for. Going into going to the gas station at 2 a.m.
Right. That's funny.
Like, you ever go out in the middle of the night to get a pack of smokes and you see the people hanging out at the Circle K or at the 7-Eleven?
Where do these mutants come from? I've never seen them during the day. Why are they here now? Where did you come from? Yes, I see them people all the time. They exist.
Yep.
They stay in their little caves until the end of the day, and then poof, here they are. So, all right, on we go.
Like sudden shots of flames.
Wait, Dago, is somebody walking around behind you?
Yeah, Caden just got home from.
Oh, okay. It's dark, but I saw something and I was like,
Right.
I'm like, is it Caden or what's going on?
He does it all the time. He creeps around me at night when it's late.
He's so quiet. You can't hear him walking or anything. You just see something behind you.
When he is being quiet, I'll be sitting here and I'll see like a shadow move through and then poof,
Well, hello to Caden.
Hi. All right, on we go.
In an instance. One time during a family party, a doll was found on the stairs in flames. The way it had been burned, it appeared that the fire only affected...
Oh, this is really far back.
Almost like the flame had come from the inside to the...
Yeah, we already watched that.
How did this come back up?
I don't know. We were quite a ways further into that video, though. I think we were towards the end of it.
I thought, yeah, because there's that thing again. Hold on. Is it about here?
I don't know. I can't see it.
All right, what'd you say, Andy?
I said, when you said, was it about here, but you're not screen sharing, so I can't see.
Oh, Jesus. Once again, about multitasking. All right.
Television viewers ask is, why do you stay here?
No, we were past this, I remember. I think we were...
No, we were past that. There.
Yeah, let's see.
Or whatever was there had left. And then it would start up again. Little waves of paranormal activity that gradually became more and more dark and violent. The basement is said to be a focal point of something within the Sally house. There is an area in the back where a number of bricks have been removed.
Oh, we're past this too.
Leaving a dark hole to have a ritual she was attempting to conduct.
Okay, here we are. I think.
Many paranormal researchers and TV shows have investigated the Sally House, including the popular show Ghost Adventures, in which the host brought Deborah and
we did
Tony
this
Pickman
too.
back with them to the house.
It wasn't
Tony
too
Clayton
much
was
farther
certainly
past this,
alone
though.
here, with welts appearing on his neck. Other guests experienced returning to the home.
All right, I think this is
Yet
about
again,
it.
Tony experienced a whole host of violent interactions, with welts appearing on his neck. Other guests experienced scratches and witnessed odd phenomena. Tony isn't alone here. Many who have visited the Sally House report, no matter how terrifying their experiences might be inside its walls, a draw to come back, just something in the back of their minds that tells them they need to return. But for what reason? There are countless examples of video, photographic and audio evidence from the Sally House. The Sally House has become one of the major tourist destinations for ghost hunters all across the world. And because of this, there are so many investigations that have taken place within the property. What is remarkable is that so many others appear to have had experiences that back up some of what the Pickmans have been talking about. I'm going to leave you with one specific piece of evidence that was recorded during an investigation into the Sally House. I try not to talk about my own personal beliefs on this channel, but I like to see myself as an optimistic skeptic. I have no evidence for the existence of ghosts or anything paranormal, but a part of me really hopes it's true. And additionally, this is a horror channel. I will never knowingly include any false information in the video, but I do take things as much as I can at face value, because I'm telling the stories in the way they were originally reported. As far as evidence of the supernatural goes, I have never heard or seen anything that made me go beyond a, that's strange. EVPs in particular. While I've heard some really creepy ones, part of me always thinks this could be easily faked or could just be a strange sound happening in the distance from a very mundane source. I heard this clip I'm about to play you 2 years ago, and it has never left my mind. The moment I heard it, I froze in my seat, re-listened to it, and then played it to anyone I knew who would be interested. The podcast Astonishing Legends carried out an investigation into the Sally House back in 2018. Now, it's worth pointing out this podcast, if you're not familiar, generally doesn't do this sort of in-person investigating. They do deep dives into all sorts of unexplained stories and try to prove or disprove it as best they can in a usually grounded and level-headed manner. They are not a ghost hunting show, nor do they overly dramatize their stories. I strongly recommend their series on the Sally House if you are interested. It goes for hours, covering the history, interviews with the Pickmans, and others involved in the house, as well as breaking down their own investigation, and even attempting to debunk the evidence they themselves collected. On July 20th, 2018, they placed an audio recorder.
Yeah, I'm not listening to that again.
5 minutes. If there's anything you want to say, any message you would like to share with the world, leave it on this recorder, and we will share it. Leaving now, closing the door. No one else is in this room this time.
Or maybe.
Coming back into the room. I'm going to hit the recorder. Thank you for your time.
That's quite interesting. I'll say that much.
Yep, still hate it.
Didn't get any better. I tried it.
Nope. Still hate it.
I thought maybe it'll sound different. Nope. Sorry, not this time. All right.
It sounded like it was almost talking too. Like,
yeah, like it was trying to say something. I agree.
Yeah, but it's also just this like guttural scream.
For sure. All right, let's see. Moving forward. Once.
So, how many of you are going to have some nightmares tonight now after listening to that? Doodle still in here, or did she pee herself?
She very well could have done both.
Yeah.
Poor
Yeah.
Doodle. She doesn't.
Poor Doodle. She probably peed herself.
She doesn't handle these things very well. She'd take down a deer with one shot, but not this stuff. It just doesn't do it, and I get it.
Holy shit. Now my kids scream all day.
All right, all right. Let's see here. One moment. Give me 1 second to set this up, guys. Or maybe actually, hold on.
Yeah, flickery a foot in the same way. I'll watch all the horror movies and listen to some of the most horrific true crime podcasts to fall asleep to. And I know a lot of us do that, and it's still like, what is wrong with us that we watch, or listen to true crime podcasts and horror movies to fall asleep?
I'm here, guys. Sorry. I'm just trying to set this up so it runs the right way. Hold on here. So we're going to give you, let me see here. 1 second. Well, somebody brought this up in chat and I saw it and I'm like, I knew about this place. I've talked about it. Okay, no problem, Andy. Thank you. I'll check it out for sure. But anyway, this is an interesting place. So I want you guys to check this out too. It's called the Myrtles Plantation. Okay.
Oh, I've
And
wanted to go there so bad.
yeah, me too. I already had a video on this and I wanted to see. I thought I had it. I saw you guys mention it. I looked and here it is. So we're going to look at this and add this to what we're doing tonight because it's really actually pretty interesting.
It's a location that's been featured on like all of the major paranormal, ghost hunting shows. And while some of those shows do embellish things, I guess I'll say to be nice,
This place,
there are some who have caught legit stuff.
Yes, and this place has a real deal reputation for sure.
It's a very active location. There's a lot of stuff going on all the time. There's been a lot of evidence. There's a lot of history, and yeah, it's really, it's a plantation, so there's a lot of tragedy.
Right.
You know, a lot of, you know, the really brutal life and brutal deaths, I'm sure. I'm
Yeah.
sure most of those plantations are haunted as all hell.
Right. Absolutely.
Which, I mean, to be fair, if I had been treated horribly in my life, yeah, I'd stick around and haunt the hell out of people.
Absolutely.
I'd be so mad.
Yep. Absolutely. You guys should enjoy this though. Hold on, Molly. Let me look. Sorry. Wait a minute. Um. Oh yeah, it did. It did. It's really hard to hear, but I'll play it for you guys here shortly. Thank you, Molly. Show enough. Hope. Wait.
I also noticed Molly saying that she likes to try to find places that not many people have heard of.
Mhm.
So some of the places that I'm looking into going to and doing my own investigations at, they're one of them's like been on a show before, but they're still not like super well known, and that was like 20 years ago that it
Mhm.
was on a show. So I will be bringing you guys to some places that not many people know of where there's definitely activity.
Right. Thank you.
And I mean,
Oh,
I know of people who are very much skeptics who have experienced weird things at some of these locations.
absolutely. Thank you, Miss Cass. If you're in here, I did get the stuff you sent me, so we had that to go with too. Wait, why is this not showing up right? Hold on a minute. Something don't look right. That's weird. That's very weird. Hold on a minute. It's on my screen.
Oh no, the Paranormal Friday stream is haunted. We have a YouTube ghost.
What the hell is going on here? This is okay. It's just black. That's strange. Okay. So again, this is the Myrtles plantation, guys. Let's check it out.
In order to be considered one of the most iconic haunted locations in America, a property must have an extensive record of people witnessing paranormal phenomena than most other haunted locations in the country.
It's not playing because it's copyright. It's Nick Groff, so you're definitely going to get a strike for that. And that's why it's blacked out.
Oh, really? I thought that this one. Okay.
Even if you filter it, sometimes stuff will come through. And with Nick Groff, yeah, that's not going to be something that we're going to be allowed to play.
No worries. No worries. I have another one.
We can
anyway.
look into more stuff on the Myrtles plantation for next week, though.
Well, I have another one.
All right.
So this one, I know this one is all right. So, well, thank God I didn't play very much of it. We'll just say that.
Yeah, you'll definitely get a strike for that one. Because he was, I think when he put that out, he was still under contract with Travel Channel.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. This one probably won't be as good as what Nick's is, but it's pretty good. I always try to have a backup on some things, but hey. All right, let's check this one out.
The deep south, nestled in the moss-draped oaks and whispering bayous, stands the Myrtles plantation. A silent witness to over 2 centuries of history, it is considered one of America's most haunted homes. Come with Nancy and me as we explore this place where history and the supernatural intertwine. David Bradford, a general of the American Revolutionary War, purchased this land in 1796, fleeing justice for his role in the so-called Whiskey Rebellion. Bradford sought refuge in this then Spanish colony. Bradford was eventually pardoned by President John Adams 3 years later and sent for his wife and 5 children to join him on the property.
I'm
Clark
sorry,
Woodruff, a
Michelle.
law student of the Generals, married one of Bradford's daughters and managed the property after the general passed. They had 3 children. Enter Chloe, a young slave girl who caught the eye of Clark Woodruff, now the plantation owner. Woodruff, known as a generally honest man, but with an insatiable appetite for sex, initiated a secret affair with Chloe. Chloe made the mistake of eavesdropping on the family's conversations, and when she was caught, Woodruff ordered her ear cut off as a cruel punishment. From then on, Chloe
I
wore a
like that,
turban
Walt. That's
to
awesome.
conceal her disfigured ear. Legend has
I
it that
hate that they
Chloe
refer to this as an affair because I don't think it was
in a
consensual.
birthday cake.
I don't either.
Within days,
Oh, it was an affair? No.
children were dead. It is rumored that Chloe was only trying to make them sick so that she could nurse them and get back into Woodruff's good favor. However, the yellow fever that was rampant at the time may have been the true cause of their deaths, as the symptoms were similar. Never
Yellow fever. Yeller
Or
fever.
poisoning.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, I think it was oleander. Yeah.
Fatal epidemic. So amazing how much shit has changed since way back then. Oh, hey, Taylor. I'm glad you like this one.
Well, things have even changed a lot since we're
Yep.
looking at the possible history of the Sally house. I mean, they're talking about that was a doctor performing surgery in his basement.
Uh-huh. Dr. Giggles is what I called it.
Yeah.
Definitely crazy, crazy. Always said, well, here is here, and there's a room set. That'd be funny. Yeah, it's great. That t-shirt thing is awesome. I love it. Oh, we go.
Nevertheless, Chloe was blamed and hung by the other slaves as punishment for the tragedy. The Myrtles was a place of beauty, wealth, tragedy, and suffering. There have been at least 10 homicides and suicides on the plantation during its history. Multiple ghosts haunt the Myrtles plantation, according to legend. Apparitions, strange sounds, and inexplicable occurrences plague the house.
It's a great movie.
Visitors report seeing Chloe's spirit, her turbaned head, and disfigured ear haunting the premises. A green turbaned young woman is rumored to be seen at the foot of beds.
We've made it to the Myrtles Plantation in St. Francisville, Louisiana. Okay, if you could stop. It's home of General.
It could be, Paula. It could have started as one thing and become something else.
I think Sally was possibly a demon. I don't think that Myrtles is a demon.
Not this one. I know.
I
I
do
Sally
believe
was.
that it's Chloe. Yeah, I do
Yeah.
believe that it is the spirit of Chloe. I mean, she had a horrific life, and
Well,
they also say the spirits of the children are still there. And
right, and it could be, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a demon. It's just because of what was done to her. There's possibly what's called an avenging spirit, or per se.
you get a manifestation of negative energy.
It's nothing but pure negative energy, because that's all she encumbered herself. So in turn, here it comes. So it wouldn't be
It
less.
could also be a poltergeist type thing, which would form also out of strong emotions and stuff
Right.
like that.
And it could be because of the situational reoccurrence. It could be a like a reoccurring scenario. There's a word for it, and I can't think of it right now. I don't know why. What the hell is it called, Andy? Like when it just repeats itself again.
Yeah, it's on the tip of my tongue, and I can't remember.
I say it all the time. I can't think of it.
Yeah,
tonight.
me too. I'm just
Anyway,
having a major brain fart.
That's what it would be like.
Residual
Thank you. Yeah,
haunting.
it's a residual
Yes.
hunting, which is basically, guys, just like pausing a video in one spot and just hitting it and then replaying it
Yeah,
again.
it's like a video on a loop. Like it just happens
Loop.
the
That's
same
what I was
thing
trying to
over and
say.
over
Thank you
in the
guys.
same
Right.
spot.
Yep. It just basically stuck on a loop and it just replays that same again and again and again and again until it's moved on and it's unstuck. So just saying. Flick says, I'm gonna start just calling you Flick because it's easier. Flick says I believe it's Chloe and the kids, and it could be.
That's what I believe too. I
Right.
don't think there's any.
Yeah.
I mean, there could be something negative that was drawn there just because, again, plantations, horrible things happen. So I mean, that type of horrific stuff can attract a negative entity to that location. But I think, at least from what I've seen, of course, I've never been there. I don't know what the energy feels like there.
Right.
I'm sure it's heavy just because it has an awful past. But I don't believe that there's anything demonic there. I think it's Chloe and the children.
Uh-huh. I can agree. What's that there Miss Paula put up? What are those things? Are they guards? What are those things? Oh, I see now.
Biting the nails.
I had to. I couldn't like clearly see it, and I'm like, wait a minute, what is that? Now I sees it. Those are cute.
Oh, remind me at some point. It'd be fun for a future episode. There's some really crazy hauntings out of Hawaii.
Oh yeah, there are. There's volcanic hauntings. How about that one, guys?
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool folklore. With
Island.
like different types of spirits that they have, and it goes back into the beliefs of the people that have always been there.
What the hell was it called? They have an old
there's a type of spirit that's connected to the banyan trees. I forget what they're called. But
there's an old spiritual basis to their stories on the island, like an old island spirit is what it is, and it's very interesting.
There's a lot of stuff out of Hawaii. It would be an interesting episode.
Right. All right,
we can do that on the new channel once we get it started.
Sure, 100%. Sounds good.
Bradford, leader of the Whiskey Rebellion. The Myrtles was built in 1796 on a Spanish land grant. The architecture, elaborate plastic work, and lacy ironwork make this 20-room mansion one of Louisiana's most unusual plantation homes. So we're going to go check this out for you.
That's awesome, Holly. I bet that's interesting.
And our driver, Miss Nancy, is going to drive ahead for us slowly so that we can enjoy it. Very pretty. And I'll try to hold the camera steady for a change. How about that? So it said they had a restaurant, Nancy?
Yes, and a coffee shop.
And a what?
Coffee shop.
And a coffee shop. Okay, good. Well, here it is. If you could just stop right here, that'd be great. Here it is. We're going to be staying here. We'll keep you filled in on our little journey. Here's the back of the house. It's got this courtyard with a fountain. And here behind the house is the hotel check-in. So we'll do that. Ready. Taylor's going to open the door for us. Look how big this door is.
You're good. Just watch the steps. So when you enter your room, you have a little bit of a seating area.
Is this our room?
Your bedroom is upstairs.
Holy cow.
And then to your left over here is going to be Mel's bathroom. It is a shower.
Did I do good, Nancy?
This is Mel's bedroom. Now with the Bradford suite, you get a portion of an access to the front porch. Okay. So we don't have an extra key to this door. So y'all just be careful and make sure y'all don't lock yourself out.
Okay.
But yes, so you have access to the front porch.
Basically, we're just showing you the place in itself, guys. It's not really going to be real creepy, but the thought of the house, the plantation, and its history is what is the creepiest part of this.
Right here.
I just wanted to show you the house in itself,
Wonderful.
the whole plantation.
Ready, and then you have 2 doors in here that you'll notice that are going to be locked. It's going to be this one and the one that you can see in the bathroom.
Okay.
Those lead to the French room that shares the wall with you. So when y'all go on y'all's day tour, that's a room that y'all be able to see. So it's going to be locked for right now.
I'm
And
sorry,
then if y'all
Taylor.
need
I'm so
anything
sorry.
else, like that book I was talking about with the more information and the over caretaker's number, that's that brown book right there on the table. Well, if y'all need anything
Right there
else,
with you,
let
Holly.
me know, and here's your keys.
Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Wow.
I know.
Jeez.
It is something. I have to remember the name of this room so I can tell people so that they can reserve it as well. I'm going to put this stuff down.
Sounds good, hon. Thank you very much. I didn't want to be insulting, but I appreciate that so much. I like that flick. That's pretty cool.
We have our own suite here, friends.
I hate how a location with so much tragedy can still be
Isn't
so
it
beautiful.
fantastic?
Like these plantations
My
are
mind is
gorgeous, the
being
architecture,
huge.
everything.
Does watching this bother you, Taylor? If you need me to take this down, I will. I don't want that to be a problem for you. I didn't quite understand that statement. Okay, 7 little houses are intense for me. For my older sister's 15 years old, which means show me. She wanted to go see it, and well, that's horrible. But I'm kind of I don't understand the okay 7 little houses thing at the beginning. I will take this down. I can take this down, hon. We can watch something else. I really don't want. I don't want this to bother anybody. Absolutely. If that's what you were saying by that, hon, I don't want it to bother you. I'll take it down and put something else up. It's no big deal.
Well, then, do you have other haunted locations we can?
Oh, I have a lot more stuff to present anyway. So, if that's what you're saying, then just say yep, and I'll take it down. No problem. Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Oh, you mean you have to go, as in you have to go visit?
Oh, okay.
Is that what you mean?
I took it. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
No,
I was like, oh, you're leaving because it's hard to watch. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't want that to be a problem, so thank you for clarifying. Sorry about that, guys. On we go. Plantation is a place where the government has the taxpayers stuck on. There you go, Carl. No TV in the room. Well, they got to keep it real, Cap. They didn't have TVs then, so they got to keep it real.
You need the historical accuracy.
Look, you ain't gonna have no time to watch TV anyway at this place, bro. I'm telling you right now. You'll see there's too much to look at and too much to worry about, in my opinion. So yeah, I wouldn't be worrying about no damn TV at this point. Although I'm like you, I expect there to be a TV in a room if I'm going to be renting it. Or
yeah, they probably have Wi-Fi. You can just bring a laptop and watch
Bring
movies
your laptop,
that way.
right? That's it. That's it. On we go.
Beautiful wooden floors, like we love. Our own sitting area. Fireplaces on either side of the wall.
That's okay. No worries, Taylor.
And this is the door that we do not open to the other side. This is amazing. And I'm assuming that is the Whiskey Rebellion general himself. Here's the back of the house. It's got this courtyard with a fountain. And here behind the house is the hotel check-in. So we'll do that. Here's the famous photograph of
picture of one of the slaves who showed up in between the buildings. Here is a postcard of a photograph taken, and you can clearly see that one of the children is looking out the window. And it's very hot and humid here. Hi, everybody. Put my hair up. Very hot and humid here. So we're going to go have a coffee and a sandwich. So we'll catch up with you later. Okay, I have to carry my purse while I try to film. And you know, friends, I take you to good places. But if you see a finger or thumb in my photos or my video.
That made about as much sense as nothing. It's very hot and humid here, so we're gonna go have a coffee.
Also,
What the
I'm
hell?
like, ma'am, it's Louisiana. Yeah, it's gonna be hot and humid.
Crazy stuff. Awesome.
But yeah, it's so hot and humid. We're gonna go get coffee.
Yeah. The mere other. Oh yeah, Taylor, that's pretty cool. Okay, thanks, Molly. Appreciate that. The backstory, Holly. They explained a little bit of it at the beginning. It's the story about. Oh, Jesus, what's her name again, Andy?
Her name was Chloe.
Chloe, and
basically they said that she had an affair. I don't think it was consensual.
No.
But with the owner of the house. And I don't remember exactly the story, but something she was caught eavesdropping at one point, so they cut off her ear.
Yeah.
And then she wanted to get back into the good graces of the family and the man of the house, whatever, slave owner.
So she made the
BOS.
kids sick.
So
Right.
what she did was she put a poisonous plant, I believe it was oleander, into some cake for the children, and she thought that it would just make them sick, and then she could nurse them back to health, and then the family would be so grateful and everything that, you know, everyone would be okay with her. She would be back in their good graces. But unfortunately they passed from the poisoning.
Yeah, it failed.
And I believe she was killed after that.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
So, because she gave them the cake and blah blah blah. Well, the affair, it wasn't she that was married, it was he that was married, I believe.
Yeah, he was married, and they keep in different videos referring to it as he was having an affair with her. I don't think it was consensual. It rarely was in cases like that.
No.
I think it was kind of a, yeah, you can do whatever you want, just don't hurt me kind of survival thing.
And
I
that
would
happened a
imagine
lot
that
back
she was
then.
like mentally checks out when that's going on, and that happened with a lot of women. A lot of women. A lot of the slaves that worked in the houses doing the cooking and cleaning, that was very, very common. They'd often even have children.
Legitimate children, right? Yep.
Yeah. So it's I hate that they're calling it an affair, because I really don't think it was an affair.
Nope. It never was. So
Because that term to me sounds like two people that are having a consensual relationship when one or both are already in committed relationships.
No,
and
it was
yeah.
it was a forced situation.
Mm-hmm.
And like she said, she kind of just went with it to keep her life, and yeah, it was a normal thing.
I believe that in situations like that, these women understood that if they fought back, it would be a lot worse.
They were killed. A lot of them were beat to death over things like that, and it was no big deal to anybody. Truly, it's very sad, which is
also,
why
doing something like fighting back and hitting the man who's trying to do that to you could result in you getting your hand chopped off.
Yep, they
like
do that.
It's
well,
horrific.
Yeah, you hear that she was eavesdropping. She lost her ear because of it. So
Yeah, it's
yeah, they had no
horrific.
choice. Hey, CJ, good to see you tonight, hon. So yeah, 100%, guys. This is very bad stuff back in the day. In the South especially, there was a lot of stuff that went on. I mean, it was up here too, but so much more down there because of just the way things were at that time, and it's just all pretty ugly. You know what I
It
mean?
seems
So
like, from what I've read, it seems like the situations in the southern states and in the on the plantations were more violent than the situations
oh
up here up
yeah,
north,
big,
because like there's even houses up here you can tell by the way that they're built who had slaves and who didn't, because
yeah,
there's a separate part of the house that's added onto the back that was considered the slave quarters. Or you go into an
right,
old house and there's the spiral tiny narrow staircases in the back that go from the kitchen to upstairs, and that was so that the slaves could get back and forth without being seen,
yep,
and stuff like that. But from what you read of history, it definitely seems like they had it a lot worse in the South for whatever reason.
definitely,
Not to say that it was, great up here either. It's all
right,
horrific. It's all disgusting to me that they
yeah.
think that, oh well, these people have, different skin color and came from a different country, so we can make them do whatever we want. It's gross.
And it
But
happened even in the South. I read a story one time about that kind of stuff. It wasn't just like African Americans. There was a lot of Asians that were used as slaves and brought here, and you promised, oh, you'll have this, that, and everything else, and then they were never let go again. It was really crazy. I didn't realize it.
yeah, and then even after slavery was banned, there was still indentured servitude, and that would be people from all over the place. It could be European
Yeah.
immigrants trying to start a life here and end up forced into a situation where they have to work for these families for free just to have a place to live.
Hmm. A lot of
So,
the Asian slaves um, were more on the West Coast areas, California, places like that, and it was just crazy. You would never imagine that happening, and the story was so interesting. But it ran the same path as these slave stories that we've seen and heard our whole lives, So it's crazy. Irish, there was a lot of Irish slaves as well. It was weird. I never knew that stuff until I got older. So on we go.
Video, or it's a little shaky. That's just
Welcome,
how I
Melanie.
roll. I've tried gimbals. I've tried different kinds of cameras, devices, microphones, you name it, and with no luck. Now here is a poster of the spot. It's on the wall out here. And this is the spot where the slave was seen. We can bring a spirit meter out here later if you want. Or if you're not into that, you can just skip that part. We're going into the gift shop. I'll show you a little bit about the gift shop. Oh, it's nice and cool in here.
What is your first name?
Jeannie?
Okay, I wanted to make sure I got the name right for the computer system.
Yes, ma'am. We need to make reservations.
For the restaurant? It was 5, right?
Thank you.
It's just you two, correct?
Yes. And it smells like heaven in here. This wood smells so good. And we have all kinds of gifts. Peanuts and nuts. 386 scented soaps. I love to collect scented soaps. I love them. You can see barbershop, peppermint eucalyptus, cocoa butter with honey. Louisiana Saturday night. What? That smells good. Spicy. I guess a Louisiana Saturday night is spicy. Mississippi Queen. Do we not love the name? I can't smell that one. But I'm going to order a sandwich. And then we'll catch you later. Okay, so I'm having to sit down. I got a Diet Coke. I'm waiting for my ciabatta sandwich. This is the gift shop. And it smells heavenly in here, like fragrant wood and soaps. And we're going to have dinner in the restaurant here a little bit later. But right now it's lunchtime, so I'm going to have a sandwich. Okay, here's our sandwich. Ciabatta. And we're going to take a bite. It's hard to read.
I don't care about their lunch. I'm trying to get to the house so they can see the house.
Yeah, do they do any kind of like investigation, or is she just walking around talking about the house?
They're just showing the house.
The violet sweet, but quicker.
The lunch thing is ridiculous.
Quick and
yeah, it's like watch me eat a sandwich. Ooh, sandwich.
Right. Okay, here we are back to the house.
Give her credit.
That's right.
Okay, let's walk out and look at those. This floor is very, very sketchy right here.
It's a 200-year-old floor.
200-year-old floor. It feels like you're gonna. Feels like there's
like 30 years.
Feels like it's a false floor right here.
More than 200
What
years.
time is that sandwich then?
Does it feel creepy?
Well, it feels like your weight's gonna give. Let's go and look at those cottages.
All right, let's go.
We are in the General David Bradford Suite. Okay, come on, sis.
Ma'am, I don't need to see your feet as you're walking. If you're gonna film your feet, at least get a nice pedicure first.
Fountains are lovely. Nancy, let's get a fountain when we get back to Texas.
I am down for that.
Let's do it. Like something like this. Something grand here. Are you checking the water?
I hope she realized you can't just like drive up to Walmart, pick this up, and take it home.
When we get back home, let's go get a fountain.
Yeah, let's go grab one, Nance. Come on. Sure thing. I'm down with that. Stop by Walmart, pick it up.
Yeah. You can stop at Home Depot on the way home and get a fountain.
Sure thing. Good Lord. Sorry for the video, guys. A little strange. I just want you guys to see the house itself.
Well, is it okay if I add my snarky commentary throughout? Make it a little bit more entertaining.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Make sure it's not falling out of there yet.
Oh, okay.
It just came back today, so.
Oh, we did?
Yeah,
we
just got it replaced.
We are
new.
We are so lucky.
Yeah, really. It's blue over here.
Oh, yeah.
Blue stuff.
Well, we are lucky, sis.
Yep.
None of that was here 2 weeks ago. And then the fountain came from a guy down in outside of Baton Rouge and Port Allen. He builds them.
Oh,
Nice.
so you mean the fountain itself?
The fountain, the entire everything in there except for the foundation of it is
I'm
The foundation was there already, though?
yeah, the basis of it was there, but it's raised up about another 3 feet, and then there's the bench now that sits around it.
I was telling the girl, I was here 25 years ago. And I just don't, I remember there was a tiny little gift shop,
Yeah.
which I think was like right there,
Yep.
but it was a tiny little thing.
Yeah.
Crowded, and there's an older African American lady that worked it.
This Husky.
Is that what, really? Oh my gosh.
She retired from us a year ago.
Oh my
And now
gosh.
she runs and assists with riverboat tours.
Oh, that's so cool.
They come down the Mississippi.
Yeah.
So she does that.
That's a crepe myrtle.
Come May, June, this will be a giant flower bush.
Oh,
Huge. It'll look just like these
right, those
azaleas.
yeah.
I mean, it'll be bright pink.
Oh, yeah.
At least it was pink last year.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing.
Azaleas just came in within the last 90 days.
Okay, hold on, guys.
Cool
I'm
trees.
1 second here.
I've always liked the look of the Spanish moss on the trees, though.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It just has that like creepy but beautiful vibe. Always makes me think of Interview with the Vampire. I know in the book they talk a lot about the Spanish moss on the trees.
All right, I got a better version of that for you. I don't know why that one was irritating the hell out of me, but just
It
saying.
came off more as like a travel blog than or vlog, I guess, because it's a video, than a paranormal thing. They're just like, here's the building. Look at my feet. Ooh, a sandwich. Yummy sandwich. It's so hot and humid. Let's go get coffee.
They're on like a weekend getaway, and they're no, that wrong one, guys. So my apologies. I got a better one. Sorry.
Just, oh, this floor is so sketchy. Yeah, you think it's like 250
100
years
years
old.
old.
Dude.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Barbara. Hello, welcome to Paranormal
Miss
Friday.
Barbara.
Hope you're having a wonderful night, Miss Barbara. It's great to see you. All right, let's try this, guys.
I love when Barbara comes in. She can call bullshit for us.
Yes, as always. CJ, the music has me primed that something's about to jump out at me.
And please enjoy
All right, let's try this now.
a little ghostly history from St. Francisville, a little historic town outside of New Orleans, and the legendary haunted plantation called Myrtles. American South history is a unique, rich stories of a different time and much darkness. The ghost of Chloe is an example, but is she real?
Ten murders in over 200 years, all because General David Bradford wanted a house by a swamp in St. Francisville, Louisiana. And that is pretty much what the whole basis behind this place is supposed to be based on. So, yes.
It originally served as his prison while being kept.
Hope you guys are enjoying tonight so far. Let me know if you do. Let me know if you don't. You're not going to hurt my feelings either way. But there's more to come, so stay
Could
tuned.
be fun to do a whole stream on New Orleans.
Oh, God, there's so much. There's so much, and we will. That's a good idea.
Yeah,
We will.
and then also like Savannah, Georgia.
Yeah. Well, at some point, once the channel gets started, we're going to go state to state
Yeah,
to state.
state by state.
in
Right.
multiple
Yeah,
states.
because I'm just thinking. Sorry, I'm just like all over the place tonight, and I'm thinking like, ooh, what about all the stories from Hawaii? Ooh, what about all the stories
Right.
from Louisiana? What about all the ones in Georgia?
Oh, God. Ohio in itself. Miss Sherry sent me one of a place that I had actually been to. And I'm going to show that. If we have some time, I want to show that tonight as well. It's really...
We also have, we played a clip a while back about the old Deerfield Inn.
Oh, yeah.
And that's like 5 minutes away from me, so I'm actually going to look into figuring out which room has the most activity and see if I can save up and try to book it for Halloween next year.
That would be cool as hell. Yes. Absolutely. For sure.
I really want to get into this whole, like, actually going out and doing investigations. I think it would be a lot of fun.
100%. I wish we lived... I wish I lived closer there.
Oh, my God, I know.
Sure.
Well, damn it, Dago, it's only like an 8-hour drive.
Yeah, I know. So easy, isn't it?
It's only like 8 or 9 hours. Come on, you can do it.
No big deal, right? Welcome, I've dived. Good to have you here. AK, what's happening? Good to see you again. Welcome, it's Barbara. Wonderful to have you here as always. On we go.
Arrest. The rebellious Bradford was a leader in the Whiskey Rebellion after the American Revolution. It's the first time the new government tried to set a tax, mistakenly choosing Bradford's favorite drink, whiskey. David was responsible for the March on Pittsburgh. No deaths, just lots of property damage. And since the US government was so new, many listened to Bradford and flocked to help. The bad press caught the attention of President George Washington. He personally led 13,000 soldiers to Pittsburgh, showing the new leader's power. For his role in the rebellion, Bradford was forced to flee Pennsylvania. He settled in a small historic town of St. Francisville, Louisiana. Built Myrtle's plantation 2 years after the rebellion. Remained exiled there for 3 more, eventually being pardoned by President John Adams in 1799. Bradford lived 9 more years with his family before dying in 1808. Bradford attempted to curse the new American government, ended up cursing himself, but also did he curse his family. The land on which Myrtle's plantation stands was once occupied by the Tunica tribe, which even today remains a part of Louisiana culture. Because of the influx of settlers into the lands around New Orleans and Baton Rouge, the Tunica people were forced into an area known as Marksville, 68 miles from St. Francisville. Legend states Bradford cursed his family. When building the plantation, he unearthed a Tunica burial ground. Instead of stopping, it's said he dug up all the bodies and bones to clear the land and then had them burned. In 1820, 24 years after Myrtle's was built, Judge Clark Woodruff moved in, a home to build a family with his wife Sarah Bradford. Yes, Bradford. This was General David's daughter. Some legends state that Sarah was only 14 years old when she married. She was actually 19. Now, before you think bad of the judge, please note that Clark was only 7 years older than his wife. It was only 9 years after General David's death that the couple moved into Myrtle's to help Sarah's aging mother Elizabeth run the plantation. While at Myrtle's, Clark and Sarah had 3 kids, Cornelia, James, and Mary. Legends can be powerful. Thanks to the lack of solid records from those days, they have gained popularity at Myrtle's plantation. But legends can also be false, derived from grains of truth and exaggerated over the years with storytelling. This infuriates historians, but to tell stories is human.
We love you,
And
Miss
if it
Barbara.
provides
Thank
life
you
for a
being here.
historic house to thrive in this modern world, then I say what's the harm? Then again, we don't want to crap on history. If this exists to disprove the legends, then it is our duty to correct it. Confused? Allow me to tell a couple of stories. The story of Chloe starts with Judge Woodruff. It's said he had taken a mistress, a black slave girl named Chloe. For the slave community, information is power. Their ability to know everything about the family they serve gave them strength. An example of this is the voodoo queen of New Orleans, Marie Laveau. Chloe was known to eavesdrop, warned many times by other slaves and servants to stop. But then she was caught by the family listening outside the Woodruff's bedroom door. They found her with her left ear pressed against the wood. The punishment? Cut off Chloe's left ear. Not surprisingly, she was angry. The legend states Chloe remained quiet, doing her duties, but inside seething. The right time presented itself on Cornelia's birthday. Chloe was told to bake a cake. The legend is foggy here. Was Chloe trying to murder the children, or maybe just make them sick when she poured juice of the oleander leaf into the cake?
Thanks for the info, AK.
One theory, she planned to make them sick and then save the children, getting back into the good graces of Judge Woodruff. It's said Chloe only watched as the children and their mother ate the cake. waited as the poison took hold. Juice of the oleander leaf ravages the nerve.
I swear they made this into a movie. I can't think of the name of it. But I know I've seen it.
Skeleton Key.
It sounds a lot like that. It really does, but there's more, unless they just change the story a little bit to adapt it to the movie. But yeah, Skeleton Key is a lot like this. It's weird.
Nervous system, creating drawn-out symptoms as the circulation is cut off from inside the body, leads to drowsiness, muscle tremors, seizures, followed by coma and death. In the end, the judge's wife and children were dead. When hearing this, the other slaves and servants went against Chloe, not out of anger but fear. They feared the judge would hold them responsible for the death of his wife and kids. Storming the house at night and pulling Chloe from her bed, dragged out and hanged from a tree near the swamp, removing any sign of the girl from this world when throwing her body into the swamp for the alligators. Now Chloe is the resident ghost of Myrtle's plantation. Guests are known to see her sometimes, but only from the waist up. An apparition of a beautiful black woman with her head wrapped in a green scarf to hide her missing left ear. A great story, right? But what's real? The legend states Sarah and her daughters Cornelia and Mary were killed by the slave girl known as Chloe. Historical record does support multiple deaths in 1823 and 1824. Sarah and 2 of her kids, but it's not murder. The record is clear on their cause of death, a disease known as yellow fever. Sarah, Cornelia, and James, their son. Mary actually survived, living a full life until the age of 71. Now that's the story of Chloe, and the other story is about a famous ghost photo. One of the world's most known was taken here in 1992, said to be completely a mistake, as the owners documented the general store roof for their insurance. Taking the picture and noticing the anomaly hidden to the right of the structure, a shadow looking very much like a woman. The Myrtles Plantation website claims the photo was examined by a film crew from National Geographic, that the shadow is correct for an average woman's height. All thought it to be Chloe. This remains one of the top ghost photos in the world. Chloe isn't the only ghost in such a historically significant house. More spirits wrapped in past events. Guests see 2 little blonde girls in white dresses playing on the front lawn. They appear only in the rain. While sitting on the porch looking into the downpour, the 2 girls playing as if it's a nice sunny day. So much rain, yet they remain dry. Some have guessed them to be Cornelia and Mary, the ghosts of Judge Woodruff's little girls poisoned by Chloe. But as you now know, history disagrees. In 1834, Myrtle's plantation was sold to Roffin Gray Sterling. Because of his son Louis, many guests trip when walking out of the dining room.
That was good, Paula.
I'll explain. The current owners keep the space completely clear. For liability reasons, they are quick to point out there's nothing to trip on. Many guests still trip, not because of clumsiness. It's said this is the spot where his son Louis fell dead. The legend states that the son was shot in what was then the game room over a gambling debt. Crawling, he made it to that spot at the dining room door before dying. Now others fall in the same spot, said to be tripping over his body. The wife of Roffin was Mary Cobb. She was a widow when passing Myrtles down to her daughter Sarah, at the time also a widow. Sarah had married William Winter in 1852. They had a daughter named Kate. The tragic tale of little Kate ends the same as her legendary family, yellow fever. She was confined to her bedroom, today called the William Winters room. It said the family was desperate, the little girl fading fast. Her parents sent for a local voodoo priestess. The slave woman came to Myrtles and tried to save her, but failed. They blamed the priestess. A dark legend states they killed the woman on the spot. She was only the first death that day. Kate Winters succumbed to fever. She was only 2 years old. So why is the bedroom where Kate died named after her father, William? Because he's another murdered soul in the house. One night in 1871, He heard a voice calling from the darkness outside. A confused William walked onto the porch, heard a click, and a shot rang out. He was hit, fallen, and here's where the history gets confused again. The story told at Myrtle's is that William crawled into the house, tried to get up the grand staircase to find his wife Sarah. She ran down and met her husband at the 17th step, held him, rocking and crying as her husband died. Some historical reports disagree and say William died alone, outside on the dark porch. Either way, William Winters is a real murder that happened inside of Myrtle's plantation, and the killer was never caught. Words that start so many ghost stories all over the world, spirits created by unfinished business. Guests have heard a woman crying while passing the grand staircase, always finding it empty. The ghost of a caretaker continues to walk the grounds, meeting guests coming to stay overnight in the house, which is now an inn. He's not happy, though. Will yell out, "What are you doing here?" before blocking their path. People identify themselves as guests saying, "We're paying to be here." The caretaker doesn't care. Because when he was alive, the only guests were family. This Caucasian man in overalls who used to live in a cottage on the grounds in the late 1920s. The man oversaw everything for Harrison Milton Williams and his family. After dying, it's said the caretaker gave up his job until the 1960s, partly because stranger guests started arriving, and that's also the time they took down his cottage for a new one. We've reached the end. This has been a ghostly history of an old southern plantation in a small historic town named St. Francis.
So it doesn't show the house, but it does tell the real stories that the house is based on. So it's
Yeah, it
interesting.
gives you some of the history, the backstory.
Yeah, definitely. So on we go. On we go. Let's see here. You kind of said, let me see something here. All right, let me pull this one up for you. One moment.
If anybody who's hanging out and watching also wants to submit their own experiences, if you have pictures or videos, you can email them to Dago.
Sure thing. Yes, love it.
Because that's always fun to go over too. Like that video that we got last time of that shadow dude on the other side of the shades. That was creepy.
Right, 100%. 100%.
That was an awesome video.
Definitely was. All right, now it's another one. Hold on a minute here. Oh, hold on. Oh, this is the audio from Kathy. Hold on a minute here. All right. It's up to you what you guys think this is. Give me a second here. This was an audio that was given by Miss Cass. All right. You should be able to hear it pretty good. And then I'm moving on to another place here in Ohio that's the most haunted. It's listed as one of the most haunted homes in Ohio, and it's pretty wild. So, if you keep hearing that, I can't even do
Yeah,
it.
that's weird.
It's crazy. It was very strange. Very strange. All right. Onward and upward. Thank you, Molly. And where did it go? There it is.
You're
Hold
showing your
up.
backstage right now. I don't know if you realize. Or not your backstage, but your. Yeah.
I know. It's okay. Can you hear me still?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So this place is called Buell Manor. Okay. This is a real place. The history behind this stuff is real. It's pretty wild. The house is wild. It's considered, they call it the most evil place in Ohio. I don't know if that's the case, but we'll see. Thank you, Miss Paula. Gifted a membership out to, looks like CJ Sky. Congrats, CJ. Welcome to Sauce. And thank you so very much, Miss Paula. God bless. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Paula.
Right. That audio came from a place called Jubilee Lake. Sorry. While they were camping. That does not sound like something you'd hear
That's
while
not
camping.
normal lake noises. Like
No, not at
camping
all.
woods.
It's
No.
pretty wild stuff. It's pretty crazy, I thought. So thank you, Miss Cass. Thanks for sending it.
Cassie's still in here, or did she go to bed?
I think she probably went to bed, but she sent that a while back. Molly grabbed it and put it together.
Cleaned it up.
That. Yep. All right, guys. Buell Manor. Awesome place. Check out this house.
And thank you, Molly, for cleaning up the audio for us.
Yes, Molly. Appreciate you very much, dear.
She's so good with all the audio stuff.
Yep.
And putting together cool videos.
Yep. Yes, she is. All right.
To live in, but we started noticing some creepy things, and we decided that we didn't want to live here. Me and Carlo bought the house to live in, but we started noticing some creepy things, and we decided that we didn't want to live here.
So it's pretty haunted, let me tell you. It's one of the most active and consistently active places I know paranormal.
And that's when we heard not just 3 knocks, but it was bangs. They boom, boom, boom. And that's when I ran out the door. There have been people that have been bitten and scratched down here.
One of the most haunted buildings in all of Ohio.
A lot of people had shadow activity.
Those say they have seen apparitions and black shadowy figures.
How you died. I swear to my heart.
So this is where we believe Daisy lived her last days.
If there is any children spirits here with us, would you like to play with that red light I have on the bed right there?
This house is awesome. It's huge and it's a gorgeous house. The woodwork,
So
everything.
beautiful. Yeah.
It's the woodwork. You guys, wait till you see it. The inside is amazing. It's in Fremont.
And also that like covered wraparound porch. I'm watching this
Oh
and I'm
yeah,
like, it might be worth it to deal with the haunting. That's a beautiful
yeah.
home.
As you can see, it takes up an entire like city corner block. It's huge. It's amazing.
It's beautiful though.
Yes, it does, Walt. It absolutely does.
Hey,
Me
what is
too,
going
Holly.
on, everybody? It's Austin here. Tonight we are at the Beale Mansion in Fremont, Ohio. This is a very historic 1800s mansion, which is supposedly very haunted as well. We're about to get an entire tour of the inside of the house, and then we're going to do a paranormal investigation on each floor. So we're going to see what we can get tonight. I've been wanting to do this place for a while. It's been popping up around the internet lately. So we're finally here at Beale Mansion. Let's get into it.
This place is awesome, guys.
I'm Heather, and this is Beale Manor. I'm also co-owner, and Carlo is the other owner. So I guess I can start with the history. It was in the 1900s, the late 1900s. Jerome Beale and his wife, they built this house. He was a business owner in Fremont. He had a jewelry store and a piano store. And so they built this house. They lived here till the 20s. They sold it and he moved to Minnesota, I believe. And then in 1922, the Wool family bought it, Daisy and Jerome. They raised their kids here, but in that time, they were here because it was such a, prominent family. A lot of the times they would have wakes here, or they wouldn't have funerals, but they would have, for people that couldn't afford them, they would have wakes. We think they had him in this room here just because of the layout of it. But in the 1940s, Clarence, he was hit on the corner. He didn't pass away, but his health went downhill from that. He did die, we believe, upstairs. We don't know which bedroom exactly, but he did die upstairs. Daisy, she died in the 60s here. We believe, and this is her room right over here. So over here. So this is where we believe Daisy lived her last days, because there is a call button over here. And then, the bathroom has a ramp. But we get a lot of activity in this room, especially for some reason, right here in this area. A lot of our equipment, lights, go off over here. We've had the chair rock by itself. We've also had an EDI thrown off the chair. But this room is pretty active. We've seen shadow people in this room come and go, peek around this corner. But you get a lot of activity in here, but we do believe she died in this room.
So that's actually documented that she died in there?
Yeah, they both died in the house. And then we can go right here.
It is absolutely beautiful. If you look at all the...
People see a little boy a lot.
If you look around at all the woodwork, the plate rails that they have, like in the dining area, up on the top of the wall, all of it is like original, been restored.
Yeah, it has all the original woodwork.
It's beautiful. I love woodwork. I'm a big freak about it. And
they just don't make houses like they used to.
And most of these houses,
the intricate carvings, like all along the doorways, and beautiful.
And most of that stuff is all hand carved back in the day, you guys. It's crazy.
Yep.
They didn't have all the new tools and stuff. Handcrafted, yes, Cynthia. It's Beale Mansion.
And these old houses, they were built to last too. Like things nowadays, it's just not built like they were. They were back.
Right. There's a few of us in here that are pretty close to this place. Actually, I've been there. I believe that Glitter is close to it. Walt is close to it. There's quite a few of us that are pretty close to this place. It's awesome though. It's just massive, and the inside of it, like I said, they made sure that they kept it all original for one, and kept it up to date. If you go into a house like this nowadays, All of the woodwork has either been replaced or it's gone, painted over, rotted out, garbage. It's just junk because nobody took care of it like this. This looks brand new still to me, the way they did this. The flooring is amazing. Some of it, I think, has been replaced with like a laminate in some senses, but any original woodwork in the flooring, they fixed it and made it right. Great place, guys. Great place.
Very well preserved for sure.
Yeah, see, Glitter, it's 30 minutes from Glitter. It's about an hour and a half from me. They had a great house, but man, did they build crappy house. Right, exactly. For its time, though, it was probably state of the art. This was like a children's home at one point, too. This place was. So it's pretty wild. Some of the stories behind it. The house itself is just, there's an instant, when you walk inside the house, there's an instant, like a feeling goes over you, kind of. It's weird, very weird. It's not a typical, like, I've been in a lot of different places on ghost hunts. It's not the typical feeling you get. It's a strange feeling to the house. It's like, I don't even know how to explain it, you guys, honest to God.
Do you think it's almost like a time warp, like everything is still so authentic to how it was when it was built, that like
that is a
energy
true fact. That's one thing, but there's a smell to the house. No matter what they've done to this house, cleaning wise, it doesn't stink. You can smell the age of the house on the house. It's weird, and it's almost like you smell that time period. I'm just saying. I know that sounds dumb, but you.
No, I get what you mean. I've been in a lot of old houses, and yeah, no,
it's wild, guys, and it's so interesting. And the weird thing is when we went through this house, we took our time, and we did some EVP stuff or this or that, you know. Well, I'm talking like the chandeliers or the light fixtures. All of the stuff in this house is all original. And as we're walking through, we keep getting that sense of like, I feel like I'm in this time period. It's so weird. And there was definitely some experiences that went on. There were some EVPs recorded, so on and so forth. Jesus, this was so many years ago. But there's a lot of people that have experienced some crazy stuff in this house too. You'll see when they do the ghost hunt, it's kind of interesting. Once they do it's good to do a tour first during the day, so you see everything, and then when they go in at night, then they do the ghost hunt, and you can re-experience the home in that effect at night while they're doing the experience. So the Terra, yeah. Oh, you know the Terra too. I know that place. It's like a bed and breakfast type thing. Is that still open, Walt? That place is beautiful too. So my grandpa used to prepare the dead with the town whore, Sal Jones. My grandma got jealous and said to him, "You and Sal Jones think you're going to undertake the whole country." I love you when you tell those stories, Paula. That's hilarious. She said something like that the other day too. It was great. That's awesome. I think it was something one of her grandbabies said. Awesome. Been to Salt Fork a few times, close to my grandparents' cottage, Indian Lake. Oh, yeah. I got what you're saying, AK. Pretty cool stuff. And definitely preserved to perfection. It looks amazing in there. Like I said, it's been... No, I believe you. I just love to hear the stories. They're great. All right.
On the landing there, we do a lot of the tripwire. The tripwire, the kids, we think they're kids. But after Daisy passed away, I'll go on with that. I'm ADHD, but after that, Daisy passed away, it became a home for the mentally challenged and like sick children. It was mostly boys, we believe. And it was that until probably the 90s, maybe. I'm trying to think. But then it was bought privately. They did try to do a bed and breakfast. That didn't really work. So 2009, it was bought. And they lived in it for a couple years. They did have a lot of stuff happen here. There was children ghosts that would play with their children. And then they only lived here a couple years, and doors would open and close. They had all kinds of activity. And then it sat empty for about 8 years. That is true, Glitter. Me and Carla bought the house to live in, but we started noticing some creepy things and So we decided to kind of
Oh yeah, I've seen Kettering Castle, AK up in Dayton. The place is pretty wild too. Really cool.
check it out on our own and bring our little, equipment with us. And yeah, we decided that we didn't want to live here. So, but our first experience was over here in the parlor area here. That night we decided we were going to check it out. We were both sitting here. He asked if something was here, to knock 3 times. And it took us about a minute later. And that's when we heard not just 3 knocks, but it was bangs. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, you could feel it under the floor. You could feel it vibrate. And that's when I ran out the door. But and then a lot of other stuff. People get some stuff in here. We get a lot about the chair over here. People say they feel.
Sorry, guys.
People just feel different. They'll feel nauseous. Some people have felt things touch them. We've even had people catch on camera something, you can see something sitting there and then it gets up. So there is something with this chair. So I don't know. And then in the dining room here, we do experience some things. I know that we've caught, I don't know what you would call it. It was like black mist maybe on the floor before. We've caught it going that direction. We've seen it over by the stairs. I was telling you before, we were sitting here one day coming in to clean up the house, and we were just eating and doing a little EVP session, and I asked it if it was glad that I was here, and it said yes. So we get a lot of voices. I do believe there is a man down here because we get a lot of answers from a man in this area. So every time I come in the house, I'm always saying, hi, spirits. I always acknowledge them. So I think they know me. And I think that there's been people here that have they asked, who do you want to talk to? And they would say Heather. So I know that they know my name. I don't know if, they like me or not, but yeah, in this area, that's pretty much all I've experienced. But people have experienced, the dark mist and stuff like that. So I don't know. That's pretty much all I know about here.
What's like the most intense thing that's happened to you while you own the property?
This property?
Yep.
Well, downstairs in the basement, I have had a finger run down my back before. Like it just not hard. It was just like down my back. It was gentle. Something's touched my hair. Nothing real aggressive. I personally don't fear anything here. I mean, I don't think there's anything bad here anyway, but I think it's a child in the basement. So I can tell you about that in a minute. So if you want to go down there.
Mm-hmm.
That's us.
Wow, this looks more modern than the rest of the house.
It does. They have kind of experienced some stuff in here. I know one day there was a group that came in and they had their cat balls sitting out. And it seems like every time you start laughing, you get a lot of people laughing, the balls will go off. So they started laughing about something and the balls were all going off. It was pretty funny. Wow. But that's all I know of anything in here. And then we'll come down here. So, we have some things in here. We believe this used to be like a workshop for the kids that were disabled here. I don't know if this works. Yeah. So the reason we believe that is that, well, we read it, but also you see where the hammers are and the tools. It would show the challenged kids how to know where to put things. I've never experienced anything in here. And I'm not sure if anybody else has. I haven't heard of anybody. I don't know. I like the basement. Maybe I'm weird, but I'll wait till you see down here. So, I don't know how to explain it. We have had people catch full-on apparition right here. You see it manifest, and it's not very big. It's probably is a little boy, little girl, about this big. You see it manifest and you see its arms. I'm getting heebie-jeebies now, but and you see it walk back. So this is the way back there. Let's see. This over here, I think people try, it's just storage. So I don't think anybody's ever caught anything in here. But I mean, you're more than welcome to always. You never know.
Right.
And then in here, I don't know if the light works or not. So can you guys see the colors?
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so we don't know what's up with this room. I figured maybe it was where maybe some of the kids would play when the weather was bad. I don't know. I mean, we have been told that the coloring is calming for kids, but I do believe there is a child obviously down here with us. We get a lot of activity down here. I mean, this is where we get a lot of activity.
Do you think the coloring is from when the home was for the mentally challenged?
I think so. I myself had a son that was mentally challenged. He was mentally infantile. He was 30. He was 31. He passed away a couple years ago.
So sorry.
Thank you. But I mean, I believe that, I don't think he's down here, but because we didn't live here back then. But I do think that the spirit, maybe it doesn't realize it's gone. Maybe it's trying, there have been people that have been bitten and scratched down here. My feeling is it's not a bad child or evil. I think it's trying to get your attention. Mm-hmm. If you can imagine being in a brain, or if you're just any way you can't communicate, they're trying to get your attention somehow. That's what I think it is. I think it's a child that is saying, "Hey, I'm here," and I think that's why we get a lot of activity from him, because now we can interact with him. Nobody investigated this house until me and Carlo bought the house, so it's been pretty crazy. But a lot of times we'll stick lanterns, the lanterns that make the noise and light up. Mm-hmm. We'll stick those in the middle, we stick cat balls, and they will go like back and forth. Anything that lights up, they like.
Basement is very creepy.
Yeah, basements always are, but sorry. Let's see. These are the servants' quarters, or stairs, I'm sorry. We think this might have been like an actual servants' quarters, because it's huge. I think a little girl that used to live here had some experiences in here, but I don't really know what happened. The mom said that there was a apparition that always tried to get her to come in here and play. So I don't know. We can go up here because I know people have experiences up here. Cool. It is going to be hot, just so you know. If I lived here, this would be my private room. I know for a fact we had a woman here, and she said she saw a little boy with red hair run in here, like through the wall. Was it the wall? But he was up here. He ran up here, disappeared. We've had people investigating up here, and the lights went off and back on. You have to twist it. So they do like to turn lights on and off. They like to play with you. So
and you have to twist that too.
Yeah, you have to twist it. Man. They were all just sitting over there, and boom, there it went.
That's
very
wild.
Weird. Nothing really in here except bats, maybe. You might want to try to go down this backwards.
Yeah, this is really, I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, it's really weird. I do love this house. I would love to live here. When we were getting the windows replaced, my daughter came to let them in, so my granddaughter was with her, and she kept saying, because they were on the porch with the doors wide open here, my granddaughter kept pointing in. She couldn't really talk, but she kept pointing, like, look, and there was nothing there. So I don't know, her being so little, if she could see something. She was only 2, so but we do have people that see a man stare out this window. There's a guy that we know lives a couple blocks away. He always walks his dogs around here. And when we told him we bought the house, he's like, dude, there's a man stares out this window all the time. We think it is Clarence, because Clarence died up here. He died in one of these rooms over here. So
Clarence Wolf?
Yes. And they did raise their kids here. We never get any type of anything besides like their presence, but that's who we think is back here. We get a lot of, and I'm just thinking about it, I've got heebie-jeebies. This area in general, how do you feel in this area? Do you feel
It gives off a weird vibe. Yeah,
it is very active here? We get a lot of short shadow people in this area. I don't know if it's because the rooms, you can go this way to the rooms or you can go around that way, but we get a lot of activity with the lights again. Like down here, I put my lantern here. We get a lot of stuff down here. We had one guy come in just for a preliminary walk around and just to look around, and his reporter with him, and he thought he saw something. So he went into this room here and he said, where did you go, or what are you doing? He said, whatever. The spirit was like, whatever. So I don't know what that meant, but so we can come back here. But this hallway is really active. We think this might actually be the room that Clarence died in, but we don't really know. We get some stuff in here. I know that. So for me, we were in that room over there putting up the baby beds, and I could see something out of the corner of my eye because I was standing right there. You could look in, and I saw an actual apparition walk and disappear. I saw the legs, the body go that way from over there. Carlo has actually taken a picture in here with the blinds down, and there's like a bright light, like just a yellow light. And then we've also caught a purple light in here as well. So I saw the apparition walk through this door or through here. I don't know if there's anything in there, but you and I can't do that. So.
Yeah, that's insane that
Yeah,
you saw that.
It was crazy. It's like I could feel it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When you can just feel it. I do know that we had a autistic adult young man come in, and he can see stuff, or supposedly he can see spirits, and he didn't want to come in here. So when we asked him to come in here, he said no. He said there's a mean lady in here, and he's like, well, what does she look like? He said, well, she has gray hair and it's in a bun like they wore back in the 1800s.
Have an amazing
But
night,
gray
Wildfire.
hair
Thanks
and
for
it was in
joining
a
us,
bun.
hon.
There was a woman though
Good
that
night.
did, the ones that used to live here with the kids and take care of the kids, she had gray hair with a bun. So we don't know if maybe this was her room or if she's up here, but she didn't want us in this room. He said that she was angry, telling us to get out. We have had people with their radios, like their
Spirit box?
yes, but the big ones, the big portals. They've gotten voices through here, cussing them out. So I don't know.
Oh, wow.
These are bits and pieces of things that I've had people tell us what happened.
No, that's all interesting stuff.
But yeah, but this bed's the comfiest for spending the night.
I'll have to check it out later.
Or now, this room is the most active too. Let me turn this off. So this is our scrying room. So before we ever had a bed, we had the scrying. So people have scryed in here. They said they would see a mentally challenged child in there. They've also said they've seen an old lady with gray hair and a bun. We've had people that stay in this room. We've had one couple that stayed, and he said he woke up with a little boy staring at him. And when he was looking at him, he just dropped and was gone. So we've had that happen a couple of times in this room. Also, we've had people's feet get played with and their toes pulled. They like to play with your feet. So in all these rooms, they hear the handles jiggle if you shut the door. I do know a lot of activity goes on just within this whole area here with the bedrooms. And if you have light up equipment, they love it. So if you've got some of that, you'll be good.
Totally.
The next room was the one I was I was in when I saw the apparition pass by. So we were putting up this bed. This is here, but I was standing about here and I was holding up, I guess, a piece of the bed or whatever. And I could just feel something staring, or I could feel something. So I kept looking in there, and that's when I saw it pass by. A lot of people get a lot of activity in here with their equipment. So the ones that lived here right before he bought it, so they moved in 2009. And
It's so hard to
they
believe
lived here for a couple
how
years,
big
like
this
5
house
kids.
is.
And
the weird thing is
eventually
you
they
can
moved
be
back
in one
because they
part of
got
this
divorced,
house
but the house, they kept
and
it and it sat here.
yell
I
out
think
to
even
somebody.
probably, it was sitting here for about 8 years.
If somebody's on
They
the
owned
other
it for
side of the
20
house,
years. But they did
they
have
don't hear you
kids. The
clearly,
kids
like
had
at all.
interactions
That's that
with-
big.
She said she could
I
keep
think
their doors open.
Flickery also wanted to know what house this was. She left for a second and then.
Oh, I'm sorry, Flick. This is Beale Mansion in Ohio. It's in Fremont, Ohio.
That's what it was, Beale.
Big ass house, guys. It's huge. It really is. I was there once. Beautiful, beautiful house.
It's so gorgeous.
It really is. Like, if I could live in this place.
Oh yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything like nasty there. It's
Well, it there's some stuff that is weird in here.
yeah. I mean, there was like, in the basement, she was saying that there was like biting and scratching, but it does
Mhm.
seem more like it's a child or a young
I think
person
it is all
who's
juvenile
not
ridden,
able to communicate in other
Right.
ways.
Right. Welcome, Ray Lynn. And no, I'm not near Serpent Mound, but I know about it. I've dived. It's a really cool area too. I'll show you guys photos of that. Really, and there's a lot of Serpent Mounds in Ohio are a very hot spot for things. You pick up all sorts of crazy energy from there, guys. No lie. What they are is the Serpent Mound. It's a big. It looks like a giant snake, but it's a burial area for Native Americans and so on and so forth. And it's all down through this whole area. It's really crazy looking.
Yeah, I think I saw something about it on one of the many paranormal shows that I used to
Yeah.
watch on like Travel Channel and
History
and
covers
all
it a
that.
lot.
Mhm.
Nat Geo covers it. Travel covers it. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Those
We got a lot of
channels are
stuff.
totally my jam. Those are I'm
Oh.
always watching those. I love me
Absolutely.
some educational television.
Same here. Same here. So I'm like that old dude that used to watch PBS that we couldn't stand when we were kids. You know.
Yep. I'm always watching like the History Channel and Nat Geo, Discovery, Animal Planet, TLC.
Yeah, when we go to sleep, my wife and I both go to sleep, no lie, watching almost every single night, watching Ancient Aliens almost every
Yep.
night.
Yep, me too, on Discovery Plus.
Yep, that's it right there. Did it catch a fly and it caught away? Welcome, Raylan, again. I don't know if you heard me or not, but thank you for joining us tonight.
Us. We didn't search her out. She sought us. Anyway, this hallway is pretty creepy. It's pretty much anything back in this direction. I don't know if where the kids actually, where they played or what happened, but when you investigate, this is just a really good area. Actually, the whole upstairs is really good. So when Nick Groff came, he said the upstairs, just when he was up here just looking around, he could feel like people trying to like around him, like behind him. I mean, he said this was creepy. This does have a creepier vibe up here. The apparition that we caught, the little boy, was on Ghost Adventures. They were here. House Calls was here. So what happened was when they called us back and they were like, hey, we need you to because we'd already interviewed once with Zach, but then when they called us back, they're like, hey, we got something you got to see. And that's when they showed the apparition. It was really creepy. So yeah, anything that you light up. Oh, Carlo's the one that saw the boy on the stairs with red hair. So Carlo saw the boy with red hair here. The lady saw the boy with red hair upstairs. We do get the name Steven a lot. One time we were upstairs with a group. They wanted us to host them. So we did. They had you probably know what a speak and spell is. Do you know what?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what that is? You guys are too young. It's kind of like that, but it would say the ABCs. And Carlo has a shadow tracker. Do you know what those are? It's like a little panel with lights. It's sensor basically. And when that come on with the ABCs, it literally lit up to the ABCs. It would go A, B, C, D. It was so cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So, I mean, that's why we know there's kids up there, as far as we know. But yeah, we've caught apparitions down here. We have a friend of ours that caught one, like it was coming through that door over there. Not the door, but the window. You see right there next to the window. It was coming through the wall there. People see them all the time here. So dark shadow people. People have been bitten downstairs. They've been scratched. I always think, oh, no, they didn't.
I'll tell you guys this much. This house is loaded. There's a lot of different scenarios going on in this house, too. A lot of houses will have just one type haunt going on. This place has got 35 different situations rolling around through this house. It's loaded in here, guys, and it's packed up. It's a lot of it from, what they're saying. There's a lot of like juvenile type stuff in here. There's other stuff in here too, guys. I'll tell you that much, regardless of what she says.
Because I don't know, like the spirits know me, so maybe that's why I don't experience any of that.
Has anybody ever sent you a picture of their scratch or bite mark?
Yeah, Carlo has those. This house was actually, the property was even bigger. So back behind here, there used to be probably a stable house back there. So I don't know, at some time along the 100 years or so, somebody probably sold that back there and they changed the address and stuff like that. But I mean, it was built in, all of this stuff is in there. But I know it's the late 1800s. I have ADHD real bad. Do you ever watch that movie, Predator, where he's kind of camouflaged? You know what I'm
time ago.
But you know how he's clear, that's the kind of apparition they got. So yeah, we've gotten a lot of like apparition stuff just like in this area here. This room here, like I said, is where we got the knocks. We've never experienced anything that strong as we did, but that was like the first time, I do know that when he had just bought the house, he wanted to come in, just have a look again, just right before we signed everything. That is when he kind of got the inkling that something might be going on, because he was up looking in the attic and he heard somebody go, well, me and the realtor are outside. Like, we weren't even close to that. He was like, are y'all coughing down there? Like, no. So that was kind of a little hint maybe that something was going on. And then after that, he's like, let's just go over there, and we can take a recorder or whatever, and just our basic, stuff. And that's when, simple knock was strong. For me, I could feel it. I don't know if he was sitting on the floor, but I was my butt on the floor. You could feel that vibration. You know what I'm saying? There is a lot of voices too. And sometimes you can't tell what they say, but a lot of people get Carlo, because he's here all the time. They know me and Carlo. Well, I totally forgot about this. There is an old piano. It wasn't anything that Jerome sold. People say they can hear keys hitting like the piano keys.
Sure, let's go check it out.
Okay, there is old windows in there, so be careful. And he's got this rigged. I could leave it open though. Let's see if I can get it out. I don't know what he's done to this. There it goes. Alrighty. It's kind of a cool little, I don't ever go out here. This is the bathroom. They built this on. I think they built it on for Daisy, because she needed that bathroom. So there's no light out here, but there's not as many windows as I thought there was.
Oh, wow, that's old.
Yeah, so this is old. The lady that lived here with her kids, she brought it in, but
Is it still playing?
but they'll hear keys being played. So, yeah. So, yeah, you can tell it's so old. We thought, before she told us, we thought it'd been here since then, because he had a piano shop. So, we get a lot of stuff out here. Not a lot, but we get this sometimes. You guys are more than welcome to come out here. Mm-hmm. I'll leave the little thing.
Sweet.
All right, you guys, to start off the investigation, I have a Sony digital recorder here. I'm just going to ask some questions, see if we can get any answers. I'm going to play them back right here in real time. Yeah, this is the first time I've actually done like EVPs with a digital recorder. I always use the Spirit Box, but I finally picked one of these up. So we're going to see if we can catch anything on the playback. Let's ask some questions and see what we can get. Is there any spirits in this building with me? Is there any spirits in this building with me? Is there anybody on this first floor of this building with me right now? Is there anybody on this first floor of this building with me right now? All right, so I've been doing the digital recorder up in this room for a little bit now, and I haven't gotten literally anything. So I'm going to move on to the spirit box and see if we can get any different type of answers or maybe some more activity on the spirit box. So let's get into that. All right, you guys, so I'm in the same room, but now I have the spirit box, the PSB7 here. And yeah, I'm just going to do the same thing, ask some questions. Hopefully we can get a little bit more on the spirit box. I was hoping that we would get some EVPs though, but I'm gonna do that in every room, so let's hold some hope out for that. Let's see what we can get on the spirit box here. I also have the REM pod set up on the stairs, so if anything happens over there, it will be picked.
Try to hit the refresh at the top of the screen, Cynthia. And I'll leave it paused for a second, and then you can probably catch up, hopefully. No, you're fine. Hit the refresh. That should bring you up to where we're at, and then I'll unpause it. Okay.
Picked up on recording. Is there anybody in this first floor of this mansion with me tonight? How many people died here? Done. All right, you guys, so now we are upstairs in the angry ladies room. I got the REM pod over there on the fire mantle, and I also have the night vision camera. We're going to do lights out, spirit box, and I'm going to ask some questions on the recorder too. So yeah, let's get into this. Is there a woman that haunts this room?
You're not.
You hear that?
You're not.
What is your name? Something faint there. Hear that?
Yeah.
There it is again, that same voice. Did you hear it? It was like really low. If you really haunt this building, can you touch that red light for me above the fireplace? If you're here with us? You hear that? Are you a male spirit? Do you hear that little thing?
Yeah, the little girl voice.
How many people died here?
Expand.
I don't know. Whoa, you hear that? That was like a disembodied voice almost. Like a, I don't know, it was weird. Creepy sounding. I'll replay that for sure. How old were you when you died?
Yeah.
11?
I heard 11.
You heard that too?
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. That has to be like probably the best answer so far.
11.
Do you like it when people come here to investigate?
No.
Just say no.
I heard a no.
Yeah, I did too.
No.
some weird, like I couldn't even. You hear that one too? By the way, you guys, this is my brother Kyle, he comes with me to the investigations just to help out and stuff. So, is there an angry energy in this room with us? How do you die? Dude, I swear it said my heart. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. It was like a deep voice in my heart.
I know, dude. That's what I heard too. That has to be like the craziest answer so far. Like, I thought the 11 was pretty like intense, but dude, I swear, no doubt that said my heart. Like, I don't even have to look back at it, but I will. I'll replay that right now. That's crazy. We literally asked, how did you die? Or, yeah, that's what I asked, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. That's crazy. If you're really here with us in this building, can you touch that red light above the fireplace? The REM pod literally never goes off. Like, I want it to go off so bad. Is there a lady that haunts this room?
Hold on.
How old were you when you passed away?
Midnight.
Midnight? I heard midnight.
You said how old are you? Right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I heard midnight. What did you hear?
Midnight, yeah, I heard.
Midnight.
That's weird. We've definitely gotten some weird. We've definitely gotten some pretty bizarre answers up here. I mean, I was trying the spirit box downstairs. I was getting tons of interference, and I wasn't getting any answers. But up here, I'm getting a lot of interference, but I'm also getting a lot of answers that correlate to the question I just asked. So you have to keep that in mind. Like, when you get answers on the spirit box and they make sense to what you just asked, hard to believe it would be a coincidence. Because I literally asked, how did you die? And it said, my heart. Like, I just don't know how to explain that. Did anybody die in this room?
I heard a thing, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I did. It was really quiet though.
I didn't hear anything.
It was a female voice.
Are you an evil spirit? Who is a spirit that said they died from a heart illness? What is your name?
Orson.
Orson? Or
Orson. I heard Orson.
I mean, that's a weird name.
It sounds like a female though.
Orson.
That voice did sound like a female. But it said Orson. I mean, it's just a weird name.
Yeah, it's again.
Did you say your name was Orson? Or maybe that was her last name, possibly? Seems like it would be more of like a last name.
Or it could have been the word orphan. Exactly, Paula.
All right, guys, so now we are going into the playroom. We're going to set up all the stuff right here. This is a pretty creepy room, honestly.
bunch of toys. 2 cribs in here that actually look really old. Creepy.
All right, everybody. Now we are in the playroom upstairs on the same floor we were just on. There's a bunch of toys all over the floor, kind of like props for the children's spirits, which is really cool. I like to see that in places because, if there is children's spirits here, it gives them something to do. First off, in this room, we're going to take out the Sony recorder and see if we can get
That was
any
just
sort of
too much for me.
EVP up
Wow.
here. I really want to start trying to get some EVPs without the spirit box, just so I can switch it up a little bit, But yeah, let's see if we can get anything here when we ask some questions. Is there any children's spirits here in this playroom with me? How many children's spirits are here? How many children's spirits are here?
No.
What was that? It said now or now?
No.
It was definitely a female voice too. Is there a female up here? A female spirit? Is there a female spirit here? I think there's one.
Nope.
Oh, dude. It said no.
Nope. Wait.
But it was weird because that was also a female voice. Alright guys, so we just moved down into the basement right now. Apparently this is where
They don't
a
seem to
lot
like
of
him.
activity is captured. I'm gonna set up a chair right here. Got the night vision camera over there. But yeah, we're just gonna basically see if we can get anything down here. Nothing has really topped the old woman's room or whatever it's called. We got some pretty crazy answers in there, but yeah, let's see what we can get down here. Hopefully we can get some more activity, some different type of responses. So yeah, let's get into it. All right, guys, so we're in the basement. I got the Sony digital recorder here, and we're gonna start off with using this.
Whoa, what the hell, dude?
And then we're gonna move on to the spirit box. How many spirits are here with me in this basement?
You're good, brother. I just can't stop laughing. Thank you, Miss Paula. God bless. Appreciate ya. I can't tell who got it yet, but whoever did, congrats and welcome to Sauce.
Holy crap.
If there's a spirit here, please touch the REM pod.
Congrats, Peaches. Welcome to Sauce. Great to have you here.
How old were you when you passed away? Is it true that the children like to scratch and bite people here? Are Clarence or Daisy Wolf here with us tonight? Are Clarence or Daisy Wolf here with us tonight?
I don't know if you guys can see this. I want you to watch something. Okay, watch this. Now, right here, above this guy's head, watch very slowly. This thing comes floating on by that looks like an orb right across here.
Clarence or Daisy Wolf here with us tonight?
See it right there? And then another one comes right behind it. Watch. There it goes there.
Are Clarence or Daisy Wolf here with us tonight?
Right up here. See? That was definitely an orb. That was not a bug because the way it moved was it definitely an orb of some sort.
Are Clarence or Daisy Wolf here with us tonight? Is Clarence or Daisy Wolf here with us tonight? Is Daisy here in this room with us? Does Daisy Wolf haunt this property? What was that? Is Daisy's room haunted?
Probably. She wasn't feeling good. That's okay.
Oh, yeah. When this place was a home for children, were any of the children abused? That was weird.
92.
Were any of the children abused that stayed here at this house? If you're here with us, you could speak with me using this device. How many children's spirits are in this property with us? Well, it just went off. Whoa! I swear this just went off.
I saw it. Was the camera on it?
No, that one died. All right, I'll do what you said. If there is any children spirits here with us, would you like to play with that red light I have on the bed right there? Holy crap. That's crazy. All right, you guys, so that is going to wrap it up for tonight's video. I really hope you guys enjoyed the history and the investigation here at Beale Manor. Again, this is a place I've been wanting to do for quite some time. I've heard about it and finally able to come out here and investigate. I hope you guys enjoyed the evidence we captured. We got some pretty crazy stuff. I can't believe the REM pod went off in there. So from now on, there will be a video every other Saturday, and then there will be another video, not the next Saturday, but the Saturday after that. So like August 20th or 19th or something. So yeah, again, I hope you guys enjoyed. Drop a like. Leave a comment of what you thought and subscribe to the Ghost Files if you haven't yet.
Good night, Tomboy. Have a good night, guys.
Peace out.
Or Tomboy. Congrats, Raylan. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you for joining us. All right, guys. I think I got one more for you, and then we're out. 1 second. Yeah, that was clearly an orb in that one for sure. All right. A little skirt. Did you see the look on his face though? After it looked like he pooped. That's what I said. Like that's what's supposed to happen, bro. Are you not used to this stuff working for you or what? That was funny. He pooped. Anyway, on we go. This is another place in Ohio. It's pretty wild, guys. And we get to deal with the same poop face guy. So here we go.
Out, he said that he was pushed.
Central Ohio, home to some of the largest and scariest haunted experiences in the Buckeye State.
Just before you leave, make sure you say you don't have any permission to follow me home, because the one said, I'm going to attach myself to you. Now, here's the sick room. I do want to let you know that a patient has been in here for a while.
If walls could talk, they're talking to us.
Cold breeze, fast and cold. People have been scratched in here. Sometimes you'll see the shadows walking in front of those windows, and he got hit in the back of the head repeatedly. The spirit could have been attached to one of the dolls and brought here.
How many people have died on this property?
I've never been to this one, but I do know where it is, and I've heard about it. It's supposed to be really interesting. I'd like to go, but never have been there.
Tragedies, fires, and mysterious deaths have all plagued this longtime vacant building.
G.W. Adams. He was born on October 27th, 1799 in Virginia. He is the 13th child of 13. He is the son of George Beale Adams and Anna Turner Adams. George Beale Adams, his father, was a revolutionary soldier who also believed that owning another human being was a sin against God. In the fall of 1808, he sold his Virginia land. He freed all of his slaves that his father had left to him and moved north to get away from the slaveholding South. GW was at the time 8 years old. We are currently standing in the United States Military District reserved for anyone who fought in the Revolutionary War. In the spring of 1809, the Adams family finally arrived up here. Now, if we look over here at these maps, this right here is George Beale Adams' original land. 160 acres. Still to this day, it's the original 160 acres. All of these green dots over here, this is all the land that George Adams and his brother Edward purchased all around Dresden. So that's quite a bit of land. GW, at the age of 19, bought his first piece of land. I don't know what you
Kind of
guys
does look like her a little bit. It's crazy.
Him and his brother were as thick as thieves. They built their own mill called Prescott, which ended up getting changed to Adams Mills. Did you guys drive through Adams Mills?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, we probably did, yeah.
Okay. Now they began making all kinds of money from that, and that's when they started buying up all this land. On September 5th, 1827, Anna Turner, GW's mother, had passed away. On September 13th, 1827, George Beale Adams passes away. Now, when George had losses, they always happened in multiples like that. In 1839, George is now 40, and he gets elected as a state representative and serves a year in politics. Now, if you notice the woodwork around here, this is the fanciest room in the house, and that is because when George was tending to business, his guests would arrive through this door right outside the gentleman's parlor, come in here, and when his guests seen all the nice work, they knew he had money and he could get things done. Now, when you're investigating in here, people do report cigar smoke. They also had asked George how much to pay in railroad stock. He said 25. So now we're going to move out into the hallway to these two cases.
It must be hot in there because she looks like she's sweating her brains out. I wonder what time of year this was. I'm probably summer, but damn, she looks hot. Like hot, sweaty hot, not hot that what hot. It does kind of look like Katie. I agree with you guys.
These are some items found in the mansion. This is an Adams Family Bible. It is a distant relative of GW. So it would have been some cousins of his. We actually have some newspaper articles from the disappearance of William Cox. We will get into him later. Upstairs in Mary's room, if you go through some of these and you go up there and talk.
I'm surprised they didn't make her wear some kind of a uniform or something. She just got on some cutoff shorts and a t-shirt.
This is okay, and then over here we have some Ohio State reformatory stuff. This is the suspension bridge that Mr. Adams had built himself, which we are also going to discuss over there in the gentleman's parlor. So now we'll go ahead and go over to the library.
This is in Trinway, Ohio.
All right, so GW's father, of course, was against slavery. And GW actually gave an anti-slavery speech, which is located over there in that photo frame. In 1840, GW is now 40, and it's time to settle down. He meets a young lady by the name of Clarissa Adams. She was from New York, and she was also 20 years younger than him. Do you know why? Because he could.
Because she was born after he was? That's my guess.
So they have 5 kids together. They have Edward, Anna, Mary, Elizabeth, and a little baby named George. So now we're up to 3 Georges. There will be a test later. Now, George also owns some farms, and he gets into other businesses, and he decides we need a bridge. So him and his wealthy friends get together, and they're discussing how to get this bridge built. And we call those people backers. But they did what they did best. They backed out, so George himself paid for that suspension bridge. Now, how is George going to make his money back? He's going to charge a toll to get across that bridge. But George, you still have family living on the other side of that.
It's called the Trinway Mansion, Flick, or Prospect House. One of two, you can call it, either one. In Trinway, Ohio.
Bridge, are you going to charge them a toll? Yes, he did. So in 1852, George held stock in the railroad. It was originally supposed to go through Dresden, They raised the taxes only for that railroad to not go through Trescott. He was also part of another railroad that goes to Zanesville. On Clarissa's 28th birthday, October 13th, 1852, little baby George passes away. In 1853, the following year, Clarissa herself passed away. 2 weeks after her death, their son Edward.
Now, the rumor behind this here, I think they all just kind of got the flu or something. It was rumored that George, the father, was doing this to the family one by one because he was crazy. I don't think that's true, you guys. I think they tried to play into that at some point to make it sound good, but I think they all just kind of were getting sick from the influenza and stuff like that, in my opinion.
Edward also passed away, leaving George with 3 daughters and no sons. Shortly after Clarissa passed away, George bought this property, which was originally 224 acres, but we are now down to under 4. So over time, it got sold off to make more money. Now, George did allocate 2 years for mourning. In that era, he did have to wait the 2 years. In 1855, he marries another young lady, Mary Jane Robinson. And she was from Coshocton, and she was 33 years younger than him because he could. They married and lived across the street as they watched the mansion being built up out of a cornfield. So how cool is that? Yeah. Now these photos over here, these are the photos from 1988 when the house was originally set for demolition. David Wanneberger purchased this house because he was going to use it as a main headquarters, but then he ended up deciding that he was going to build the big giant basket up the road. Now, when David Wanneberger had purchased this mansion, it had sat vacant, and the Belvedere at the very tippy top of the mansion is actually in the bottom. Now, this tea set right here is a replica of what was given to Mary by her father, and that was as a wedding gift. This fireplace over here, the original fireplaces that were in this mansion were white marble. So if you notice, this is definitely not white marble, so this would have been around the time that Anna and William Cox took over the mansion and made it up to date. We got a call a few years ago. This was actually in a person's basement. The grandmother had passed away. The grandchildren said, "Hey, I think we have your fireplace mail. You want it back?" So they brought it over. Now these photos over here, some of them are of Edward's house, and somebody had set fire to it, so all that was left was a staircase. The Amish own it now. Now, we're going to go into the mansion in George Blackburn. In 1855, this house is a quarter of the way finished when it catches fire. Now, how could it catch fire if there's no electricity? George Blackburn himself admitted to setting fire to the mansion to create more work for himself. The fire caused $12,000 worth of damage to the house and $1,200 worth of damage to the tools being used to build the house. George Blackburn was never arrested for it, but did admit to it. George Blackburn would also break into people's houses and steal from them. He would work with a group of friends and then say, "It wasn't me, it was them. I didn't do nothing." He ended up killing somebody and went to prison. Now, at the Ohio State Reformatory, which explains why we have some of the Ohio State.
Yes, he set the house on fire so he can make more work for himself. I know it sounds crazy. To keep his job. It's insane.
Reformatory stuff over there in the cases. George Blackburn was sent to the Ohio State Reformatory in Columbus at the time that they were building. So they had heard that he was a bricklayer, and what they did was.
For those of you who don't know, that is the Mansfield Reformatory, the Ohio State Reformatory, same place. If you're familiar with Mansfield. Yeah, he was pretty crazy. I'll say that, Flick. Yeah, he went to Mansfield Prison or Mansfield Reformatory, but they called it back then the Ohio State Reformatory. So, which I've done a ghost hunt and spent the night in there too. That place is pretty wild.
They sent him up there. They knew he was the bricklayer. Hey, you know what? How about you guys help us out? You know, we'll put you to work as a bricklayer. Well, now he knows the ins and outs of the prison, and he pulls this Shawshank. So they caught him and they brought him back. A few years later, they put him on work detail outside of the prison. So as he's working with his tools, he decides to set him down and walk off. They catch him, bring him back to the prison. He ends up dying from a heart attack at the Ohio State Reformatory. When his daughter went to claim the body, she didn't even use her rightful name. She was so ashamed. And then they buried him at the Green Lawn Cemetery in Columbus, Ohio. In this room, if you haven't noticed, the floors are very squeaky. So just keep that in mind when you're investigating in here. Also, when you're sitting in that room across from us, you will see shadows back.
Yes, Glitter, that's the same place.
Or through this doorway. So there's a lot of shadow play in here. Now we're going to head over here to the dining room. In 1856, the house was finished. The family did move in, and that included George, Mary, and his 3 daughters. Mary Jane had 6 more children. So we have the original 3 daughters plus Sophia, John J., James, Charles, Jesse, and Florence. All of their kids plus the 3 older daughters lived their lives and grew up in this house. In 1879, G.W. passes away, and his daughter Anna is the one who takes over the house. She had married the boy next door, William Cox, because she had to marry somebody of her stature. She was 34, he was 29. Now, when you're sitting in here, you can hear footsteps in the hallway. Our volunteer, Amy, she was sitting here doing her little old lady thing, crocheting, and it was the end of the day, all the guests had left, and she heard a wood heel on wood floor coming up this hall. It had made the turn and stopped at that doorway right behind you. She turned around, seeing nobody was standing there, and she swears her eyes were as big as pancakes. So right back here, this would have been the breakfast room. So this door and that door, that starts the blocked off. Shut off from the public at this time. All right, so now we are going to make our way over to George's bedroom. All right, so this is George's bedroom. If you notice the fancy woodwork, and then the shelves that are out there above those doorways, those used to be above every door in the house. So over the years when the house sat vacant, etc., they did come off. People coming in, breaking in, taking all those down. Now, here in the closet, this is actually a conjoined closet. So it goes from one side to the other.
My understanding, Raylan, was this always was a house that was built as a house to be a house.
But he was. In 1860, George had 80 horses. They did not fit in that barn back here, so they were free range. He did have tenants, so he also provided horses for them. They were most likely plow horses, and he also had 13,000 head of sheep. So a story about George is he had made a trip up to Zanesville to finalize some of his papers. He was wearing a really nice wool suit, of course, because he had 13,000 head of sheep. When he got back, a couple weeks later, he had passed away. So they had the services, they buried him. They couldn't find his paperwork anywhere. What suit was George wearing at that time? Pretty sure it was his really nice wool suit. We buried him in it. So a bunch of his friends got together and they went, asked the cemetery, hey, can we check the cemetery for his paperwork? They got permission, they got in there, felt around, put out the paperwork.
Exactly.
Yay. So they shoved the coffin, put him back in the ground. Now, the only people that know whether or not he was embalmed, because embalming back then was pretty popular, but he was also a religious man. So we don't know if it was against his religion to be involved. The only people that know are his best friends, and they didn't say a peep. Now, a neighbor about 5 miles away did keep a journal. And Miss Amy, our historian, did get to read that journal. And it said, August 31st, 1870, G.W. Adams of Prospect Place died at 7 a.m. He had congestive chill, which is a difficulty breathing kind of thing. Before he passed away, the family was getting everything together over at the businesses because he had the Underground Railroad and everything. But they helped out as much as they could whenever it came to, helping George with the Underground Railroad, switching back and forth between this house and the businesses, because if you kept bringing the Underground Railroad through here, obviously you're going to get caught. So they would rotate it. So he had his family for that. So in this room, we are pretty sure with that journal entry being written and him hearing about it the day of, we're pretty sure he passed away in this room. So when you're in here investigating, ask George if he's comfortable. Are you having any difficulty breathing? Do you need another pillow? Just try to comfort George tonight. Okay. So now we're going to go out to the hallway photo. So this photo right here is that little A-frame house that I was telling you about that the Adams family did live in while the mansion was being built. This right here is the portico that was originally on the outside of this door and on the outside of this door. So this photo right here will show you that one when it was still up. When George had passed away,
You being matchmaker again, Paula?
had taken her kids and built this house in Zanesville. It does look like a miniature replica of Prospect Place. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to head upstairs to the servants' quarters. Now, as we walk into the servants' quarters, please watch your step. This room right here would have been reserved for the butler, maybe the nanny, or possibly even used as a guest room. Now, if you notice the woodwork in this room, it's about as fancy as it is in the dining room. But as we move further into the servants' quarters, you guys will take note that the woodwork gets a lot less fancy. We're going to head through this doorway right here into the closet. This is where the linens would have been kept for the house. Watch your step again. We're going to go down.
This place is huge.
Oh, yes. So this room would have been a parlor. Now, the room that I was telling you about earlier, that was
It's very close to Zanesville, Cynthia. Trindsway. It's just a tiny little place. It's right outside of Zanesville, actually. Hey, Sarah. Good to see you again, hon. I'm sure he is. Twitter. His name is Captain, by the way, so you know. And he's got a jet, yes. So he's got to be kind of brave. Just saying.
There's also closed off is this room right here. That's got a lot of junk in it. But that room is identical to this room, except it does not have a staircase. This will take you down into the kitchen. And then it also has a hole on the other side of this wall for the well. They would drop their bucket down, bring up fresh water, clean up, and start their daily chores. For this room, we've had a couple of reports. I haven't had anything bad happen to me personally, but we did have an investigator sitting on those stairs right there. And he ended up jumping. It looked like he stood up and jumped across the room. Well, as it turns out, he said that he was pushed. People have been scratched in here, and people have also gotten on their little devices demon or satanic. So I've never experienced anything bad here, promise. They also seem to be pretty fond of females, so that's probably why.
You think they're mostly men spirits?
I actually had contact with a gentleman. His name was Harold O'Reilly. He did say that he fought honorably in the war. He was traveling home. Now, this came through a spirit box. We pieced together this information. He was walking home and he got hit in the back of the head repeatedly, and everything went black. So we believe that since he was traveling, he kind of came here. I actually, for my first paranormal investigation, I was standing outside the picture that's right here. I captured a photo of a man that is pretty tall. He came up to about here, and he was looking out the window. I asked, why was he looking out this window? And we got that this is his favorite window. So that was pretty cool.
Wow.
Bless his heart, I thank him for his service. This room right here, you're gonna notice that we've got a lot of graffiti, and you're gonna start seeing more of that as we head up from when the house sat vacant. This room right here would have been the laundry room. Those little slits in the back, those would have been what they dumped their water down into. If you notice these pipes, we're currently standing above the kitchen. And we are right now above the kitchen sink. So we assume they would have dumped their water and it would have drained down in there. The kitchen downstairs looks identical to this room here, except right in between these two windows, there's a door. Now we do have a running joke around the mansion. The ghosts hate laundry as much as we do. We have never had any reports in here, but please don't forget to investigate in here. If you guys find anything, let us know on our paranormal page.
Okay.
Seriously, we love to read them. All right, so now we are going to head over to the sick room.
Sweet.
This right here is another staircase that takes you downstairs just behind that gift shop door, which will take you into the kitchen as well.
Cool.
So here's the back balcony. It's nice and breezy. So if you notice, we've got a fence up. And that's because a couple years ago, right when COVID was about to hit, we had some people come into George's closet and they couldn't get back out. So they climbed back out through the window, came up these stairs into our tool room. So after reviewing the footage, they had their little masks on, expecting COVID. We didn't really notice anything missing. So we're like, okay, well, we're gonna put up a fence. So we bought all the materials for the fence. It's not very pretty, but it does the trick. We went to go and get our post hole digger. It was missing. They took off with our post hole digger, so guess what we got? A new post hole digger. Hey. So we haven't had any problems since then. Alrighty. Now here's the sick room. I do want to let you know.
It's really big, Glitter. It's huge. It takes up like all of that property there. Sick room, tomboy.
I think he's lacking the sun. Alrighty, so this is what we call the sick room. We don't know why, because there is no fireplace in here. There is no closet, so I don't know who would want to stay in here. But then again, if you think about it, you want to keep people that are sick away from the family because they didn't have the vaccines. We don't think it would have been a room that people would have lived in. We believe that it was actually used for the servant side storage. If you notice the windows, they are pretty wavy. So those are the original windows. Thankfully, when the house sat vacant, nobody broke those out. So that is awesome. Now, what I haven't told you yet is, you know that George Adam had passed away on August 31st, 1879, and 2 days later, his oldest son, James, who was 21, also passed away. We don't know how he passed away, so if you want to ask James, did you die here? Did you fall off a horse? Did you hurt your head? Or maybe the stress of having to take over everything that his father was leaving to him really got to him, because his father was involved in a lot.
I think they meant sick as in like ill tomboy.
Anybody
Not
has a
awesome.
question, please let us know. You know, how animals will go up to certain people, but not others. I think that's the way the spirit world works.
Yeah.
I also want to know if there's an order, a chronological order. Because you'll find over here on the servant side, there's a head honcho. Tonight, when you're investigating, we'll step up. It's nice and breezy.
Cool.
Oh, I'll make you suffer in there. That's one of the questions that we are wanting answered because there's a guy over on the servant side. He will take dominance. If you are communicating with somebody, this guy will say, no, you're not going to talk. So he kind of hides the other ones from people. He likes to rule things on his side. So we're kind of curious, does George man the first floor since that's where his bedroom is and his parlor? And then does somebody else run up here? I don't know. I would like the answers to that though. It's awesome. Now, the river is just over there. So his son, James, could have passed away from a ague. Do you guys know what ague is?
No.
Malaria. Mosquito bite.
Oh, wow.
A lot of mosquitoes with the river. All right, so now we're going to head over to the second floor.
Sweet.
I always wanted to know, though, is that a thing? An order for spirits. We actually have
Place is monstrously big.
a shadow coming up the stairs, kind of side to side. Somebody had just set their camera here, and it was facing down there, and you could see it.
Wow.
All right, so this is Mary's room, and if you may be wondering, why is Mary's room upstairs, but his room is downstairs? Well, when people would come over and question her about what George was doing in secret with the Underground Railroad and such, she was upstairs. She doesn't know anything. So that's pretty smart. This was the first house in Muskingum County to have indoor plumbing. So she's got her own bathtub, her own toilet and sink. These cabinets up here are where the pipes are for the plumbing. And they also did have hot water. We don't know how, but they did have hot water. And then this closet right over here, these are not conjoined. So when you walk into this room, it's its own little dressing room. And then that door over there would have been the closet. This right here is Mary. And then the picture that he is currently looking at right now, that would be Anna. So after George had passed away, Mary took her kids and she moved them to Zanesville. And Anna married the boy next door, William Cox. Anna and William take over this house as well as the sister Mary. Anna and William did have a son named George, and they also had an adopted daughter, Constance. We'll be getting more into that as well over in the next room. So they take this house over, Anna and William do, and what happens is William, he loves to spend money. So he's spending, showing off how much he's got, and he actually creates debt for them. So what they're going to do is they're going to auction off some of the land. Well, the day of the auction, he's not around. He disappeared. Somebody had seen him over by the train station, and he had said, hey, I've got some business to tend to in Columbus. Can you go to Zanesville and handle this for me? And so the person said, yeah, sure. Well, he never came back. So he was never seen again. Somebody thought that a body that was found in a river was him, but it turned out not to be. And there was actually a motel that remembers seeing William. And usually he doesn't remember his guests that come through for the night. But this one was kind of odd. William had showed up with a man. And as he was checking in, William would not put that man's name down on the paper. Well, we need your name, sir. Please put it down. No. So there was a big fight, whether the guy said, just go to your room, fine, whatever, or turned him away and said, you gotta get out of here. We don't know. His son, George, once he reached adulthood, he did try to find his father, but he never succeeded. So that's really sad. Please be respectful of her. She is pretty heartbroken. That's one of the other investigators actually did report that she was really devastated that she still has not found William. So just talk about those articles and you'll get some responses in here. A lot of female voices in here. Now we're going to head over to which is also known as the upstairs part. So please feel free to use these chairs, the ones that you can't sit on. Perfect example. We've got those. So this is the upstairs.
Exactly,
As
glitter.
you can see, it is also pretty fancy. This is the floor where the wife and the children would have normally stayed because while George was tending to business downstairs, the kids could be up here roaming around, doing whatever they wanted to, which is awesome, you know, having a whole floor to yourself. This picture right here is of Jessie and her son Frank. It's an original photo that was blown up so we could put it on display. His granddaughter is the one that gave us that picture for us to display for everyone.
You could clean this glitter. It might take a month, but you could clean it.
So we've got a little ducky on display here. Please feel free to use this ducky. We actually had an investigator set up the ducky in the middle of the floor. And when the investigators said, "Hey, what are you doing?" they got the response, "Hey, it's my ducky."
And you
So
talk
please
to
use
people
that
while you're
cat
on here
balls.
talking to
You can
us.
set those up in here as
Or
well.
playing games on your
This
phone.
is Constance,
Not
the
allowed.
adopted dog,
No,
Constance.
you can't.
She
Nobody
does
talks to
like
each other
to
in
be
person these
called
days.
Miss
Right.
Cox. And she does have a thing for one of our other investigators. Bless his little heart. He's actually
That's very true, Paula.
for her. We make it about him courting her because that's what they would do. She wanted one white rose and a dozen others. Now, we don't know much about Constance, except that she also died at 21. One of the stories you may have heard is that somebody may have fell from this door here or off the back balcony. We don't know if that's true or not. We don't have any stories about it. There used to be that portico that's outside there. So when she fell in, she could have went out there with some fresh air, tried to cool off, slipped and fell. We don't know for sure though. That first step is a doozy. And we've got evidence we don't need anymore. So just ask if she's okay, if there's anything you can do for her. I have had reports of this actually happened to me. I was standing right here. We had a friend that was using the spirit box over in that blue chair, and there was fighting going on. These spirits were fighting. They were saying some pretty harsh words too. So I was standing here like, what? And so just before you leave, make sure you say you don't have any permission to follow me home. Stay here, because the one said, "I'm going to attach myself to you and follow you home and live rent free." I'm like, yeah, no, you're not. This is the son's room. We actually think that this would have been more for the daughters. If you notice, the woodwork in here is pretty nice. It's got a really nice fireplace mantle, you know. It's really cool. We do have a volunteer. Her son, for the life of us, no matter how many times we shove him in this closet, will not stay. They get a weird feeling. We don't know if the floors are even or what could possibly be going on with that. I've actually, heard reports about a male that doesn't know how he got here staying there. He goes in there, he'll come out here. I was trying the spirit box for the first time. I was really happy. I'm like, yeah. I came in through that doorway, stepped in, leave now. Okay, but I'm coming back tomorrow and cleaning your room. So the next day I showed up and I cleaned his room. We also had somebody set up some cat balls. They had their camera set up. And one by one, these cat balls will fly out of the room. They were thrown.
Oh, wow.
All right. So now we're going to head over to the dog room. Over here is the daughter's room. We believe it would have been more suited for a nursery because it is right across from Mary's room. So all the littler kids may have been right here. That way it's convenient for Mrs. Adams to be able to tend to the children. In here, we also have small children. They do love to play. They love it. We actually had an investigator last night. The one little girl came running down the stairs and she goes, "The rocking horse, it just rocked." So use these toys. If you've got any dolls, there's that Boo Bear or whatever it is, sensor. They love that. There's also that candle. I forget what the candle's name is. It goes off of senses, and it was going crazy over there on that. So feel free to use some of these dolls. Again, just make sure to put them back. We've got a music box over there. That is a shirt that we found in one of the closets as we were cleaning up.
That's incredible.
Oh yeah, yeah. We actually had that over at Mary's room, but for some reason, it kept falling over. So we moved it over here. Thankfully, it didn't break, but we don't know if that's one of their original shirts or if somebody had tucked it back in that closet to use as a costume, but we put it up there. Then we've got this little tote over here. They've got some toys, some balls that you are more than welcome to use as well.
Sweet. How many children do you think are in here?
That we don't know for sure. That I wish we could give a tally. So some of them could have passed away here, some of the children, when they passed away, they could still be here. Some of these items are donated. So the attachments, like those dolls, the spirit could have been attached to one of the dolls and then brought here. So now that spirit that's attached to the doll is now here residing. Just like if I were to drive home after I'm done with you guys and there was a fatal accident, that spirit could possibly jump into my car. And now I've got a haunting at my house. So, there's a lot of possible things. Near death could happen out here, and then they could pass away at the hospital, but this is the last thing they've seen. So they come here.
That's so true, though.
So, like I said, the graffiti gets worse as we head up. This would be the ballroom. Now, there is one thing I want you guys to keep in mind tonight when you guys are investigating up here. If you notice this piece of wood right here, please don't forget this. We've had a lot of people say, demons. It's not demons, it's doves. There are birds back here. So when you're investigating, just keep that in mind. We do have birds and it's closed off, but they still get in. So cat balls are really popular up here, as well as if you take these chairs and you move them over here, there is a lot of shadow. Sitting in silence and just looking down there, you can see sometimes you'll see lights moving down there, sometimes you'll see the shadows walking in front of those windows. But yeah, whenever people would come here for the lavish parties, what they would do is they would take off their coats and they would store them downstairs on that second floor parlor. We've got a lot of shadow figures up here. It is not true. This is not a portal to hell. I'm sorry to disappoint you. We've had people come over here and investigate, and I don't know if you guys have watched. There's a female.
Thanks for joining us, Ann. It's good to see you tonight.
And she was working with Nick Groff.
Yeah, I
Used
know.
to be on Ghost Adventures. Okay, so there was a little practice done where they made up a story at one of their locations, and they went upstairs and they read this story. This child's name was Billy. He was X years old. He loved this, fell off a horse. He loves being tickled. He really enjoys, playing with this type of equipment. They let that set in after they read it, came back up a few hours later. They started asking questions, and through the recorder, they got the responses that they had wrote down. They made up the story, and they were getting those responses. So I don't know if that's an actual test that you guys would be able to do, but there's a lot of stories about this being a portal to hell, and you do get some responses. Demon. Okay, so Bad George, the one that took over from Lonneberger buying the place, he basically made up that story.
Okay, so I didn't realize what time it was, guys. It's almost 2:30, so I think we're gonna have to shut this down. What I'll do is I can either pick this up next Friday and we can watch the rest of this because there's quite a bit more to this. Actually, I didn't realize. Finish this out then, or maybe tomorrow sometime during one of my regular show we can just watch the end of it then. Once we get done with what we're gonna cover for the regular stuff, but I am burnt. It's 2:30. And it's way later than I thought it was going to be. So I got to bring this one to a close. Plus, we've been here 5 hours, which I didn't even realize that either. Interesting stuff. Either way, like I said, we can either do it tomorrow after the regular show, or we can cover it next Friday when we come back in here. I appreciate you guys joining me tonight, though. Miss Andy, too. I think I'm going to have to put her to bed.
No, I'm here.
You're awoke. Hello. But other than that, yeah, guys, I'm sorry. Otherwise, I'd finish it out. But I think we're going to be in here for another. Holy shit! This is like another hour, or it's about an hour and 45 minutes, I think. 13 hours, yeah. So this is a long one. So I'd have probably fallen asleep on you, and I don't want to do that. Anyway, thank you, Andy, so much. I appreciate you. It was a good show tonight. Great stuff, as always. Great job. I hope you feel better, and I will see you tomorrow sometime. Everybody else in chat, God bless. I appreciate you very much. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and please, guys, don't change a thing about yourselves. You're absolutely amazing, and I will see you all so very soon. Good night. God bless, and have fun. Bye-bye.
Good night.
I don't know what the cross is yet. We'll figure it out when we finish this off. You guys let me know what you want tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys.